Chapter 37. At this time, Rog no longer had that indifferent attitude, but became extremely serious. Both Tani and Obadiah could clearly perceive these changes in him, but the two of them had completely different ideas at this time. Tani thought that he could finally take a break. Obadiah thought about how to kill Rog in front of him. After a few brief exchanges with Rog, Obadiah found that he seemed to have underestimated the private detective in front of him. Although he had sent someone to investigate Rog before, the information he found was far from being as real as what he saw with his own eyes. Just how many strange abilities did this guy have? Obadiah did not immediately attack Rog, but turned the radar and scanning system in the armor to the maximum power, constantly scanning Rog. You leave here now. If you die before you pay, I will be very annoyed. Little Pepper and Coulson are downstairs now. You can go down and find them directly. After that, Rog didn't care about Tani anymore, but focused on Ironmonger in front of him. Like a steel giant, Ironmonger is lacking in mobility, but the heavy armor gives it unimaginable defense. Among the ninjutsu he currently mastered, the ninjutsu that can successfully destroy Ironmonger's armor and hurt Obadiah inside doesn't seem to exist. Iron water cannon technique has been tried, and it can't penetrate such a thick armor for the time being. Chidori's penetrating power is also good, but he doesn't intend to hit Ironmonger's armor with his right hand. It's okay if it can penetrate, but if it can't penetrate, a Chidori may directly destroy his right hand. He certainly won't do such a risky thing. Iron water cannon technique and Chidori won't work, so other ninjutsu will definitely not work. Rasengan may be able to penetrate or destroy Ironmonger's armor, but the possibility is not high. Since frontal combat doesn't work, he can only use some indirect means. It just so happens that he is quite good at this. After quickly formulating the tactics, 4 clouds of smoke suddenly appeared around Rog, and 4 identical him appeared out of thin air. After seeing this scene, Obadiah even suspected that he was hallucinating. However, the radar and scanning system reminded him that there were indeed 4 Rogs in front of him. What was going on? On the display screen of the battlesuit, the 5 Rogs were all living beings. There was no difference between them. What the hell? After putting on Ironmonger, Obadiah felt that he had the most powerful power in the world. But now he began to suspect that other than technology, there were other magical powers that were not inferior to technology at all. Just as Obadiah was letting his imagination run wild, the 5 Rog in front of him suddenly ran toward him. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by 5 Rogs. Before he could react, a strange and irresistible mysterious power suddenly enveloped him, depriving him of his ability to move. Fixed body spell. Rog intended to recreate the treatment that Black Sky enjoyed on Obadiah, but he soon found that this tactic could not work on Obadiah. Even Black Sky would inevitably be unable to move for a few seconds after being hit by his fixed body spell. However, Obadiah, whose physical fitness was far inferior to Black Sky's, regained his ability to move more than a second after being hit by fixed body spell. Will it have such a big impact through the Iron Man armor? Rog had also used fixed body spell in some abnormal situations before, such as fixing the target sitting in the car next to him. But at that time, fixed body spell still played its role, and fixed the target for more than 10 minutes. It was absolutely impossible for the steel barrier to weaken the effect of fixed body spell to this extent. Without any hesitation, Rog decisively used chakra perception, and began to perceive Obadiah's situation. Unlike fixed body spell, chakra perception was not affected at all. It completely perceived Obadiah's life strength and the energy strength of the reactor in Ironmonger's chest. So that's how it is. Through chakra perception, Rog finally figured out why the effect of fixed body spell was weakened. The reason why Obadiah was able to return to normal in just over a second was not because he had a stronger body than Black Sky, but because Ironmonger provided him with an invisible energy field protection. With the arc reactor in Ironmonger's chest as the core, an energy field invisible to the naked eye was produced around Ironmonger. This energy field does not affect the surrounding environment, but it is inexplicably compatible with the energy frequency of fixed body spell, causing most of the energy of fixed body spell to be assimilated and absorbed when it reached Obadiah. Although fixed body spell can't produce the power it should, but even if the time is short, it is still the time of being controlled. Since one fixed body spell can only last for more than a second, then 10 fixed body spells will last for more than 10 seconds, and 100 fixed body spells will last for more than 100 seconds. If the quality is not enough, then make up for it with quantity. At Rog's signal, his 4 shadow clones didn't hesitate to use fixed body spell one after another. With the chakra reserves in the shadow clones, each of them can only use a dozen fixed body spells at most, which adds up to more than 40 seconds. This time doesn't seem long, but it is enough for Rog. As the shadow clones cast fixed body spells on Obadiah one after another, Rog turned his right hand into a pistol and aimed his right index finger at the arc reactor in Ironmonger's chest. If I can't penetrate it in one shot, then I'll hit it a few more times. In the following time, Rog kept firing iron water cannon at Ironmonger at a rate of 1 shot per second. Although Obadiah was immobilized by fixed body spells one after another, he still has the ability to think. He is not a scientist, but he knows very well that once Ironmonger's arc reactor is destroyed, the powerful Ironmonger will become a pile of immobile scrap iron. No, this can't go on. Obadiah tried to control Ironmonger, but he can't even move a finger. Just when he thought in despair that he would die here in such an aggrieved way, he suddenly thought of a hidden function on Ironmonger. Under normal circumstances, Ironmonger is just an Iron Man suit controlled by the controller inside the suit. But when leveling up Ironmonger, Obadiah suddenly thought of an extreme situation. When the controller lost consciousness or the ability to move, how could Ironmonger take the controller away from the battlefield or continue the battle? With this in mind, he asked the engineers to add a control mode called Cold-Blooded to Ironmonger's system. Chapter 38. If it wasn't necessary, Obadiah would never have the intention to activate Cold-Blooded mode. But he knew very well that if he didn't activate it now, he would never have the chance again. While Ironmonger was unable to move, Rog kept using the iron water cannon technique, intending to use it to smash the strongest armor on Ironmonger's chest. Only by destroying the defensive armor on Ironmonger's chest could he destroy the arc reactor on Ironmonger's chest and make the steel giant completely lose his ability to move. Looking at the screen in front of him constantly updating the damage data, Obadiah felt regret for the first time. Just when he thought he could only watch the arc reactor be destroyed, he suddenly found that he had temporarily regained some ability to move. But this state only lasted for a short second before it completely disappeared, and he was once again deprived of his ability to move. But this discovery immediately rekindled the fire of hope in him. As long as he could do it again, even if it was only for a second, he could smoothly activate Cold-Blooded mode. As he prayed, the immobilization spell's effect disappeared once again. Without any hesitation, Obadiah decisively pressed the start button of Cold-Blooded mode. Cold-Blooded mode activated. Autonomous mode activated. Weapons system check. Defense system check. Energy system check. Driver's life status check. Surrounding environment check. Lock on attacker. Autonomous attack, activate. When Ironmonger's battlesuit system quickly checked the current state, the battlesuit system immediately issued an autonomous attack command. Because Obadiah's vital signs were in good condition, the battlesuit system directly ruled out the option of leaving the battlefield. Under the control of the battlesuit system, Ironmonger attacked Rog like a steel behemoth, and the small missiles and machine guns on his body locked onto the 4 shadow clones around him at the same time. As soon as he entered the autonomous attack state, Ironmonger went all out and activated all the weapons on his body. The moment Ironmonger moved again, Rog stopped using the iron water cannon technique and blinked several times in a row to open up the distance in an instant. While Logue was dodging Ironmonger's attack, his 4 shadow clones also used body flicker in an attempt to dodge the small missiles and bullets. Although these shadow clones avoided the direct attack of the small missiles and bullets, the blast from the explosion still hit them, turning them into smoke and disappearing one after another. With just 1 round of all weapons fire, Ironmonger successfully eliminated all of Rog's shadow clones. But Rog himself wasn't surprised. The shadow clone's ability to resist blows was very weak, and a slightly stronger fist could make them disappear directly, not to mention the blast generated by the explosion of a missile. Unless these shadow clones could really dodge unharmed, it was only a matter of time before they were destroyed to be eliminated. What's more, the roof of the factory building was not a very good fighting environment. In this environment, of course, it was not twos to escape as to escape, as to height to fight, tease teat. When all the shadow clones disappeared, Rog didn't hesitate to use the shadow clones again, and 4 of him appeared again. When the second batch of shadow clones appeared, Rog didn't give them any more instructions to use the fixed body technique, but let them all use the iron water cannon technique. At this time, although Obadiah had regained his ability to move, he couldn't continue to control Ironmonger. Once the cold-blooded mode was started, unless the battle suit system thought that all the enemies around had been eliminated, it couldn't stop. Even the driver could only let Ironmonger act independently at this time. After detecting that 4 identical Rog had appeared around him again, Ironmonger didn't shoot at these shadow clones with all his weapons like before. Although Ironmonger's battle suit system didn't have much wisdom, it had already judged that the key to dealing with these shadow clones was the real body. As long as the real body was dealt with, these shadow clones that looked exactly like the real body would naturally disappear. Under this logical judgment, Ironmonger directly ignored the 4 shadow clones around him and attacked Rog with maximum power. Ironmonger's judgment couldn't be said to be wrong, but it ignored a problem, that is, Rog's shadow clones also have attack power. When Ironmonger attacked Rog's real body, the 4 shadow clones used the iron water cannon technique at the same time. Although the iron water cannon technique couldn't penetrate Ironmonger's defensive armor in one go, as long as the liquid bullets of the iron water cannon technique hit the key part, Ironmonger would have mechanical failure. This was something that Logue had already proven with his actions. The iron water cannon technique used by the 4 shadow clones was aimed at Ironmonger's limbs. When the liquid bullets fired by the iron water cannon technique hit Ironmonger's limbs, Ironmonger, who was originally running wildly, suddenly staggered. Ironmonger's right leg and left arm had mechanical failure at the same time, which made it slightly lose its balance. At this time, the shining light blue Rasengan appeared in Rog's right hand. At this time, although Obadiah couldn't control Ironmonger, when he saw the light blue Rasengan in Rog's hand, he suddenly had a strong sense of danger. In the blink of an eye, Rog, who was still more than 10 meters away, instantly came in front of Ironmonger, then jumped slightly and aimed the Rasengan in his right hand at the arc reactor on Ironmonger's chest. In the beginning, the Rasengan might not have been able to break through the defensive armor on Ironmonger's chest, and thus destroy the arc reactor inside. But now, the defensive armor on Ironmonger's chest has been destroyed by the successive iron water cannon technique, and the remaining defensive power is not even 1/3 of the previous one. When the Rasengan touched the defensive armor on Ironmonger's chest, Rog knew that the battle was over. Facing the solid defensive armor, the Rasengan continued to advance at a constant speed. In just a short second or two, the Rasengan penetrated the defensive armor on Ironmonger's chest and touched the arc reactor inside. The next second, the steel giant like Ironmonger was hit in the chest by the strongest tornado, and its huge body was blown away in an irregular spiral shape, flying dozens of meters away. Ironmonger, who was blown away, tried to regain its balance by flying, but there were bursts of dazzling electric sparks around its body. Not only that, but Ironmonger's steel-made limbs also showed an abnormal distortion at this time, as if a person's limbs were forcibly twisted. Chapter 39. Although Ironmonger was trying to maintain its flying posture, the severely damaged fuselage could not faithfully perform the system's instructions. After holding on for a while in the sky, the several-meter-high Ironmonger fell to the street like a real meteorite, smashing a very obvious crater. Boom. The huge impact attracted the attention of everyone around, including Tawny and Little Pepper, who had not left at this time. Beside Tawny and Little Pepper was Agent Coulson with a slightly high hairline. On the roof of the factory, looking down at the completely scrapped Ironmonger, Rog finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Rasengan can't successfully destroy Ironmonger's arc reactor when the defensive armor is almost destroyed, then he can only compete with the arc reactor to see whose endurance is better. Although Ironmonger was destroyed, Obadiah, who was inside Ironmonger, didn't suffer too much damage. When he struggled to open Ironmonger's cockpit, the first thing that appeared in front of him was Tani wearing Mark III. Tani wanted to teach Obadiah a good lesson, but before he started, he finally gave up the idea. After finding that Tani had no intention of venting, Coulson gestured to the SHIELD agents behind him. After escorting Obadiah to the car, the SHIELD agents turned back. And this time, they drove a truck that was big enough to carry Ironmonger. "What do you want to do?" Even if his reaction was slow, Tani realized that something was wrong and immediately stopped the SHIELD agents. "Obadiah is temporarily detained by SHIELD. As for this Iron Man armor, it is the most direct evidence that he threatens public safety, so we need to take it back." Coulson explained with a serious face. "You're fooling a 3-year-old. How can you come up with such a lame reason?" While answering Coulson, Tani quickly scanned the current state of the Ironmonger armor with Mark III's scanning program. 73% damage. The core energy is destroyed. The power system has been destroyed. The body is in a severely damaged state. There is a risk of the internal weapons going out of control. It is recommended to leave as soon as possible. After seeing the system feedback, Tani did not continue to stop these SHIELD agents, but silently said, "If I were you, I would definitely stay away from that big guy." Although Tani didn't say it clearly, no one present was stupid, so they knew what he was trying to say. After giving her a kind reminder, Tani walked up to Little Chili Pepper and hugged her by the waist. He then flew away without looking back. After Tani and Little Chili left, Coulson was considering whether to arrange for other professionals to come and deal with the severely damaged Ironmonger. However, before he could come up with a decision, the severely damaged Ironmonger made his own decision. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles on Ironmonger that had yet to be launched self-destructed one after another. Amidst the violent explosions and flames, Ironmonger completed the entire process of being destroyed and completely scrapped. After confirming that Ironmonger had completely lost its ability to move, Rog directly returned to the office with the Flying Thunder God, and then sat down on the sofa. The battle with Ironmonger did not make him feel any pleasure. The fight was fought and he won, but he was not happy at all. In his boredom, Rog took out the commission scroll written by Tani, and wanted to see how many US dollars Tani had written. Although no matter how many US dollars it would not affect the sending of ninja coins, but he still wanted to see what kind of price Tani would write. After opening the scroll, he saw a number that was not very amazing, but definitely not small. 50 million US dollars. He didn't know if Tani did it deliberately or just casually. His commission reward this time was exactly 1,000 times the reward of the last Coulson commission. 50,000 US dollars or 50 million US dollars. For him, it was just icing on the cake. If it wasn't for ninja coins, who would be willing to earn this hard-earned money all day long? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home and watch TV and play games? Just as he put down the scroll in his hand, his phone that he almost never carried with him received a transfer message. The transfer amount was exactly 50 million US dollars. When the transfer was completed, the commission mission in the system was also updated immediately. Commission content. Defeat Obadiah. Commission status. Completed. Commission reward. 20 ninja coins. The number of ninja coins that Rog had not consumed also changed back to 25 at this time. After receiving the ninja coins, he used Chakra's perception to sense the Punisher's current location. Then he used the Flying Thor on the Punisher to directly teleport to him. This Flying Thor was a new technique he left behind after the Punisher completed the Edo Tensei. Leaving the Flying Thor technique on his Fae is not a routine operation, but for the current Rog, this is the best way. Who asked him to not know spirit connection now. After the Punisher was reincarnated from the Edo Tensei, Rog didn't give him any missions. He would only check on the Punisher's condition from time to see if there were any abnormalities, or if he would attract some existences that he couldn't fight against. Although ninjutsu is magical, there are many things in this world that are more magical than ninjutsu. Especially Edo Tensei, a ninjutsu that involves life and death and soul. Who knows what kind of chain reaction it will cause? So he decisively followed his heart's choice and first used the Punisher's Edo Tensei to test the limelight. If there is no big impact, then he doesn't mind implementing his crazy plan. According to the situation in the past few days, the Punisher that was reincarnated by the Edo Tensei did not encounter any accidents. Everything seemed to be very calm. At least it seems so for now. Now I'll give you a mission. I want you to go to a country called Wakanda, and then bring out 2 things from there. One is a rare metal unique to Wakanda called vibranium, and the other is a plant called heart-shaped grass. Among these 2 things, vibranium is a must, and the amount can't be too little. At least enough to make a katana. As for the heart-shaped grass, it depends on your own fate. If possible, bring the heart-shaped grass back. If you can't find the heart-shaped grass, vibranium will do. Although Wakanda has high-tech not known to the outside world, Rogue is not very worried about the Punisher's safety. For the Punisher with the Edo Tensei body, Wakanda is at most a country with slightly more advanced weapons. No problem. I'll go now. The Punisher quickly agreed to Rogue's order. To be precise, the option of refusing did not exist in his mind. Chapter 40. After assigning the task to the Punisher, Rogue returned to his secret nest through the flying Thor. He didn't know if the weapon made by vibranium can successfully use Chidori Blade. Rogue was very interested in Chidori Blade. Not to mention the lethality of Chidori Blade, just its appearance alone is worth learning. As for whether the Punisher can successfully obtain vibranium from Wakanda, he wasn't particularly worried about this. Although Wakanda has ultra-high vibranium technology, it doesn't mean that they can protect vibranium without any leakage. Even some mercenaries can snatch some vibranium from Wakanda, so the Punisher with the body of Edo shouldn't have a problem. The only thing he needs to care about is whether the Punisher can bring back the heart-shaped grass that only the King of Wakanda is qualified to consume. No one will complain that their physical fitness is too good, and Rogue as a ninja naturally won't. And as his physical fitness improves, he can have more and more chakra. His total chakra has been fixed a long time ago. If he doesn't take some other measures, it is estimated that it will be difficult for his total chakra to continue to increase. The best way to increase the total chakra is to directly exchange a sage body from the system. It's just that the exchange price of this sage body is a bit high, higher than the price of Hashirama's Mokutan. In the end, it's because there are too few ninja coins. If he has enough ninja coins, he won't have to worry about these things. He can exchange whatever he wants, even if it's Manjikyu Sharingan, he can exchange it for one. When he gets tired of Itachi's Amaterasu Tsukuyami, he can change it to Kodo Amatsukami. When he gets tired of Kodo Amatsukami, he can also exchange it for Obito's Kamui. With a beautiful imagination for the future, Rogue ended the day's practice. Stark Industries has issued a statement about what happened last night and sent it to you. Witnesses said that they saw 2 steel warriors fighting last night. On the TV, Colonel Road was giving a speech with a serious face. At this time, Tani was in the next room, making the final arrangements. Tani was holding the latest newspaper in his hand. The headline on it was "Who is Iron Man?" Iron Man, this name is quite catchy, but it's a little inaccurate. To be precise, the main material of the battlesuit is gold titanium alloy, but as a title, it is quite vivid. Tani said to Little Chili Pepper, who was beside him as he read the newspaper. At this moment, Little Chili Pepper was helping Tani with his image, making him look more spirited. "Here are all your excuses." Just as Little Pepper was about to finish Tani's makeup, Coulson suddenly appeared in front of her. "You were on the yacht at that time. Little Pepper took you to Avalon Island for a night. We also have the testimonies of 50 other people." In this statement, except for the fact that he stayed with Little Chili Pepper for a night, the rest was specially created by S.H.I.E.L.D. I think it would be better to say that it was just me and Little Chili Pepper. Tani looked at the prepared statement of S.H.I.E.L.D. and expressed his opinion. "That's fine too. You just have to say the contents word by word." Coulson did not care much about these trivial matters. Why is there no Theobadia here? After carefully reading the statement in his hand, Tani asked doubtfully. "We handled it. He went on vacation. The accident rate of small planes has always been quite high. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't intend to let Theobadia leave for a while. Don't you think this is too much like a movie script? Saying that one of my bodyguards got a robot? Mr. Stark, this is not my priority. Just read the statement, and this matter will subside. Come on in a minute and a half. After explaining, Coulson left the room directly. Let's perform on stage. Little Chili Pepper picked up Tawny's suit jacket and helped him put it on. In fact, the name Iron Man is really good. I didn't even think of this name. You are not Iron Man. I am. You are not. I am. You know what, if I were Iron Man, my girlfriend who knew my identity would be happy and worried, but this kind of psychological struggle would only make her love me more and more. Tawny made a final concluding speech. Colonel Rhodes, who was at the press conference, also said at this time, "Now Mr. Stark is going to make a statement. He will not answer questions from the reporters, thank you." After that, Colonel Rhodes stepped aside from the podium. The last press conference was a long time ago. I'll read from the script. Tawny took out the statement prepared by S.H.I.E.L.D. Some people suspect that I was involved in the highway and the roof of the factory last night. Tawny just opened his mouth when a beautiful reporter sitting in the front row interrupted his speech. "Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Stark. Do you really think we will buy your account? One of your bodyguards suddenly appeared and you are still. I know this sounds quite mysterious. Of course, you can question the official statement, but don't insinuate that I am a superhero. I didn't say you are a superhero. No. It sounds too sci-fi. I am not a hero material. I have so many personality defects and caused so much trouble for everyone." Hearing this, Colonel Rhodes, who was standing next to Tawny, couldn't help but come to his side and whisper to him, "Say it according to the script." "Okay." Tawny once again picked up the statement in his hand and took a serious look at it, thinking silently for a few seconds. "I am Iron Man." Tawny finally said the classic sentence, and the scene of the press conference suddenly became sensational, and the live broadcast was then terminated because of Tawny's departure. After watching Tawny's classic speech, Rog turned off the TV and went to the practice room. He has decided that he will not go to the office again until he has completely mastered Chidori Iguchi. Time passed day by day, and after Tawny publicly admitted that he was Iron Man, the whole world became a little different. Those who originally only existed in comics or novels began to emerge, and the other side of the whole world seemed to wake up. While Rog was concentrating on learning Chidori Iguchi, the Ninja's Hand and Holiness Church became extremely active. Many citizens witnessed the battle between them, and the word ninja began to frequently appear in the headlines of the newspaper. In some neighborhoods, there was even a small trend of imitating ninja. Chapter 41. After staying in his secret nest for a week, Rog finally ended this kind of continuous practice day and night. After this period of practice, he successfully extended the attack range of Chidori Sharp Spear to 5 meters, and after thoroughly mastering Chidori Sharp Spear, he also took the opportunity to learn Chidori Flow in one go. So in his attribute panel, he also successfully gained 2 lightning ninjutsu, Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Flow. Although the emergence of Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Flow did not increase his strength significantly, it provided more possibilities for him to fight. After a comfortable bath, Rog came to the office through the Thor. Compared to a week ago, there were obvious changes in the firm. After buying this place and transforming it into the office, Rog has not done any decoration here. The entire office is a large room of 60 or 70 square meters. Now the office is divided into 2 different rooms. Inside is Rog's office, and outside is Erica's office and client reception. Although the area is not large, it has begun to show some signs of a formal office. After pushing open the door and coming to the reception outside, Rog saw Erica and 2 men sitting on the sofa. One of them was no stranger to him. It was Savant, who had just given him $5 million some time ago. The Asian man next to him, he didn't have any impression of him. However, judging from the man's dress and the momentum exuding from his body, he should be one of the 5 fingers of the hand of Hand, Murakami. "Hello, Mr. Rog. I haven't seen you for a long time. This is my partner, Murakami." After seeing Rog coming out of the office, Savant immediately stood up and said with a smile on his face, "If you only look at his current appearance, it is estimated that no one would think that this big black man in a black suit with a simple smile on his face would be one of the notorious leaders of the Hand of Hand. Actually, it's not that long. Let's talk in my office. Rog didn't know what Savant and Murakami were up to, but judging from Savant's behavior, it shouldn't be anything bad. After entering Rog's office and taking their seats, Savant put an exquisite and high-end suitcase on the desk and said, "We're here for a commission. If Mr. Rog is interested, the things inside will be your reward." After that, Savant opened the suitcase and revealed the items inside. Inside the suitcase were pieces of white bones that looked no different from ordinary animal bones. Although Savant had not introduced them, Rog had already recognized the origin of these bones. The reason why the 5 fingers on the hand could surpass the limits of the human body and survive for hundreds of years was because of these white dragon bones in front of him. These are dragon bones, the bones left behind after the death of the legendary dragon god. After taking them in the right way, you can obtain amazing vitality, greatly extend your life, and even bring the dead back to life. Although Savant's words sounded unreliable, what he said was true. Dragon bones did have the effect of prolonging life and bringing the dead back to life. Although there were many restrictions on bringing the dead back to life, in general, it was worthy of the name of bringing the dead back to life. The reward is good. Tell me the content of your commission. But I have to remind you in advance that asking you to introduce the content of the commission doesn't mean that I will accept your commission. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Rog introduced the rules of his side in advance. No problem. Savant replied immediately. Although Murakami came to the office with Savant, it was obvious that Savant was the main person to communicate with this time. In fact, the content of the commission this time is very simple. We hope that Mr. Rog can help us clear a secret stronghold of Kingpin. After hearing Savant's words, Rog was taken aback for a moment, and then said, "Is it popular for you guys in the underground world to hire people to attack your opponents? Your way of playing is very trendy. If the underground world doesn't do it themselves, how can it be called the underground world? We know that Kingpin once entrusted you with a task, Mr. Rog, but after the commission ended, your previous cooperation relationship ended. And I think that Kingpin deliberately leaked your information last time, Mr. Rog, so others mistakenly thought that you were his subordinate, which made you very upset." Rog didn't really care about what Savant said. How should he put it? It felt a bit like he had met someone once. And then that person began to brag to the outside world that he was his friend. Simply put, it was the kind of story that he often heard before he crossed over. I have a friend or I have a buddy. Even so, he used to be my client. So, you have to pay more. If the reward Savant offered was in USD, Rog would have accepted it. But they took out a magical item like the dragon bone that could increase vitality, so it was no wonder that he increased the price temporarily. Seeing Rog seriously asking for more money, Savant was suddenly a little stunned. No, things shouldn't have developed like this. Didn't they say that he rarely cares about the commission's reward? Why is there an increase in reward? Savant was full of confidence. After all, they took out a rare item like the dragon bone. But the current development had completely exceeded his expectations. Just when Savant didn't know whether to agree to Rog's request, Murakami, who had been sitting next to him without speaking, suddenly spoke. "No problem. How much do you want?" "Another box of dragon bones." "Okay." After listening to Rog's request, Murakami agreed decisively, and then began to say a word again. "I like generous customers like you." After that, Rog took out an unused commission scroll from the drawer. "Write down your commission content and reward, and then sign your name." Although they didn't know why Rog suddenly made such a request, Savant and Murakami wrote the content on the scroll and signed their names. Commission content: eliminate Kingpin's secret stronghold. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 20 ninja coins. The commission of the hand passed the system's judgment smoothly, which made Rog's mood better. Although he still doesn't know which Kingpin's stronghold the hand asked him to eliminate, even if the target specified by the hand is Kingpin's Fisk building, it's not difficult for him. Chapter 42. Kingpin's secret stronghold is in Queens. This is the specific address. Savant handed a business card with an address to Rog. On the business card was a name that Rog didn't know, but his attention was on the company name on the business card. Chester Paleontological History Research Institute. What the hell is this place? Looking at the puzzled look on Rog's face, Savant quickly explained, Chester Paleontological History Research Institute is just a name on the surface, but in fact, this is a secret place where Kingpin conducts some biological research. It's the same type of existence as the biological laboratory of the Fisk building that was attacked some time ago. The Hand didn't know where they got the news, but judging from Savant's expression, they should have confirmed the authenticity of this information. What do you want me to do? Go in and kill, or destroy that place directly? Rog was in a good mood now, so he didn't mind if Savant had any additional requests. We stole a batch of dragon bones some time ago. According to our investigation, they are now in Kingpin's Research Institute. If possible, we hope you can bring back their research results. Of course, if this is difficult, you can just kill the researchers inside or destroy the research facilities inside. Although Savant seemed to be introducing the content of the commission with a serious face, Rog instinctively felt that they were hiding something, but he didn't specifically point this out. It was normal for an organization like the Hand to have some unspeakable secrets. As long as these things they concealed did not affect the commission, Rog didn't bother to pay attention to them. No problem. But before you do it, I hope you can pay the reward first. Although the Hand didn't look like they would renege on a debt, Rog still decided to collect the reward in advance. Of course, the rest will be sent over tomorrow. After confirming the time of payment, Savant and Murakami left the office. After returning to the car, Savant asked Murakami in confusion, "Why did you agree to his increase? This is different from what we discussed before. If you don't increase the price, are you going to go to the Research Institute yourself?" Murakami asked. "But we don't have many dragon bones left. If you give us more, we won't have much left. It's just that we don't have much left now." After hearing Murakami's answer, Savant finally fell silent. After Savant and Murakami left the office, Rog returned to his home with the dragon bones and exchanged them for a small item worth 1 ninja coin from the system. At the moment when the number of shinobi coins he had not consumed changed from 25 to 24, a set of square instruments with the width of a suitcase and written with various techniques appeared on the table in front of him out of thin air. Biological Tissue Energy Purification Separator Number 2. Inventor, Orochimaru. Rog wasn't sure if this thing really existed in Naruto's world, but since the inventor is the #1 mad scientist in Naruto's world, the possibility of this thing existing is very high. When the separator number 2 appeared, Rog put all the dragon bones into the separator, and then input his chakra. With the input of chakra, the separator filled with various strange techniques suddenly flashed with a burst of not dazzling, but slightly strange green light. After continuously inputting chakra for more than 10 minutes, the terrifying green light emitted by the separator finally disappeared, and a test tube with the same color liquid emerged from the separator. This color doesn't look right? After picking up the test tube with the thickness of a finger and carefully looking at it for a few minutes, Rog still couldn't make up his mind to drink it directly. For a man, this color is usually a symbol of misfortune. After a few minutes of hesitation, he still raised the test tube and then drank the liquid inside. If there was really a problem with the system's things, then he would have died in New York a few years ago. With this thought in mind, he drank the green liquid in the tube. Although these things purified from the dragon bones exuded some strange green light, they were no different from ordinary mineral water. He even doubted whether he had drunk it or not. Just as he was wondering if Soanda had given him a batch of fake dragon bones, an indescribably exuberant life force surged out. This terrifyingly exuberant life force flowed uncontrollably through his body. However, every time this life force flowed, he could clearly feel his body grow a little stronger. This situation only lasted for a few minutes and disappeared. When everything returned to normal, he first opened his property panel, and then looked at the column of chakra amount. He saw the number 5 on the column of chakra amount was constantly changing, and it began to gradually increase until it increased to 8. Chakra amount, 8 calories. This was the system's final evaluation. Seeing that the amount of chakra that had not changed for more than a year had changed again, Rog finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the limit of his chakra was 5 calories, but now he could finally rest assured. In fact, 5 calories of chakra was not a small amount, but when it came to things like chakra, no one would complain about having too much. If it was possible, he would not mind his chakra becoming Chattanooga. However, he could only think about it for now. The dragon bones in a suitcase could increase it by 3 calories, and there was another case tomorrow, so it should be able to increase it to 11 calories. Since the Hand of Hand was willing to take out 2 suitcases of dragon bones to commission, it meant that they must have more dragon bones in their hands. If he took all the dragon bones in their hands, maybe he could. Rog suddenly felt that the ninja organization of the Hand of Hand was still very valuable. Although a few unfriendly thoughts about the Hand of Hand now appeared in his mind, all of these could only be carried out after he received the second case of dragon bones and completed the commission. The Hand of Hand delivered the dragon bones on time, and he drank the second tube of purified green liquid. He did not know if the system had fixed a bug, or if his body had developed a resistance to dragon bones. After drinking the second tube of purified dragon bone liquid, Rog's total chakra amount did not increase to 11 calories as planned, but stayed at 10 calories. This discovery disappointed him a lot. Chapter 43. Originally, he thought that he could rely on a large amount of dragon bones to quickly increase the amount of chakra. However, based on the current situation, he could only increase it a few more times. Although the effect would gradually decrease, no matter what, the dragon bones could still slightly increase the amount of chakra. Therefore, Rog decided to find time to visit the hand after completing this mission. When night fell, Rog left the room with the Flying Thunder God and went directly to the rooftop of a building in Queens. This was the closest Thor spell to the Chester Institute of Paleontology and History. After teleporting there, he was only a few blocks away from the Chester Institute of Paleontology and History. He planned to walk the rest of the distance. Queens was the largest district in New York, and also the second most populous district. Therefore, there were more people who used illegal means to make a living here. Of course, the situation here could not be compared to the Hell's Kitchen. On the way to the Institute, Rog did not walk on the brightly lit streets. Instead, he specifically chose to walk in the dark and dilapidated alleys. Not many people would come to these dark and dilapidated alleys even during the day, let alone at night. He was alone without any weapons, and did not look particularly strong. At this moment, Roger was like a fat sheep that had walked into the hunting area of the wolves on his own accord. Just as he expected, after he walked through these alleys for a few minutes, a group of gangsters who didn't look like good people appeared behind him. "Boss, this guy looks pretty rich. Why don't we do it here?" A gangster who was not far behind Rog suggested to his boss. "How many times have I told you? We are not robbers. We just want to borrow some money from him." The tanned man, who was more than 2 meters tall and had muscles all over his body, scolded the hooligan who made the suggestion. "Do you want to do it or not? There are still a few groups of people waiting in front." Just as the group of hooligans were about to take out their weapons to threaten Rog and borrow some money from him, Rog took the initiative to turn around and walk in front of them. "Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you met us today, it can only mean that your luck isn't." Roger didn't hesitate at all as he punched the man in the chest, sending the man flying. The total amount of chakra had increased, but the speed at which it circulated did not increase. The degree of control was also about the same as before. After this punch, Rog quickly came to a conclusion. The reason why he deliberately chose these small alleys was to test if the sudden increase in chakra would have any effect on the battle. After sending the leader flying, he spent a few seconds knocking down the rest of the gangsters. Half an hour later, when he left these small alleys, there were already more than 50 hoodlums from 6 different gangs lying behind him. These battles that couldn't even be considered a warm-up didn't burden him at all. They only allowed him to adapt to the sudden increase in chakra. Looking at the plaque of the Chester Institute of Paleontology and History in front of him, Rog used chakra sensing to sense the situation in the institute. The energy state of this person's body was very strange. Most of the people in the institute were in a normal state. The only difference was that their life force was weak and strong. However, One of them was shrouded in a strange energy that he had never seen before. Interesting. Rog originally thought that this mission would be boring, but now it seemed that there was a reason why the hand didn't attack this place personally. If not, the hand wouldn't have entrusted him with the dragon bone. With chakra gathered under his feet, Rog jumped over the several meters high wall of the institute and easily entered the institute. When he came to the hall on the first floor of the institute, the security personnel of the institute finally noticed his arrival. Without any questions, after seeing his figure, these security personnel immediately pulled out their pistols and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Kill an unfamiliar guest as soon as possible? This level of vigilance had far exceeded the defense level of a normal institute. It seemed that Kingpin attached great importance to this institute. Rog used the teleportation technique to avoid the bullet attack, and it didn't take him much effort to deal with the security personnel in the hall. The moment the gunshots rang out, the entire research institute seemed to have been activated, and ear-piercing alarms rang out in every corner of the institute. At the same time, teams of heavily armed security personnel quickly rushed towards Rog's location. There are intruders outside. Aren't you going to deal with them? A man in only black and white, like the one in a photo, said to the man next to him. My mission is to prevent anyone from entering this laboratory. Other things are not within the scope of my mission. The man who answered was wearing a blue tights with a bullseye symbol on his helmet. If Rog were present, he would definitely recognize this man in blue tights at a glance. This man was none other than Kingpin's chief assassin, Bullseye. As for the man next to Bullseye, he was the leader of the Devil Gang, and also one of the biggest gangsters in New York, Mr. Negative. Although Mr. Negative was not as famous as Kingpin, he was still a heavyweight in New York's underworld. More importantly, Mr. Negative had a unique negative energy that could instantly catalyze the negative emotions of the target, causing the closest relatives, best friends, and most beloved lovers to kill each other. The strange energy that Rog had sensed before was the negative energy in Mr. Negative. At this time, Rog was still unaware of this. He was now on his way to the basement of the institute. After the alarm sounded, all the elevators in the institute were completely locked, and all the electronically operated doors were closed immediately. Rog did not foolishly wait for the security personnel to arrive. After figuring out the structure of the institute, he quickly knocked down the security personnel in front of him and forced his way to the basement of the institute. The institute had a total of 3 floors, 1 above ground and 2 below ground. Rog's destination at this time was a laboratory on the 2nd floor, which was guarded by Bullseye and Mr. Negative. Chapter 44. The security personnel arranged by Kingpin in the Research Institute were not bad, but only for ordinary people. Relying on his elusive speed, dazzling and simple fighting techniques, Roger only used an ordinary kunai to completely break through all the defenses of the first basement floor of the Research Institute, and smoothly arrived at the 2nd basement floor of the Research Institute. Compared with the 1st floor, the 2nd floor had not changed much. The only difference was that the number of combatants on the 2nd floor was far more than on the 1st floor. If this was not a research institute, Rog would even think that he had come to a secret terrorist base. As soon as he appeared on the 2nd floor, various types of bullets flew toward him like lightning. Putting aside the automatic rifles and pistols, Roger even saw the security personnel take out RPG rocket launchers that were only used to destroy fortifications and armored vehicles when they were dodging the shots of the security personnel. Are these guys crazy? Aren't they afraid that the explosion will cause a chain reaction that will bury the entire 2nd floor? Boom. Boom. 2 rockets hit the place where Rog had been standing, and a huge explosion resounded throughout the 2nd floor. Rog did not intend to use ninjutsu on these ordinary security personnel, but these crazy guys made him change his mind. If he continued to let these guys attack, it was only a matter of time before the 2nd floor was buried. Immobilization jutsu. Body flicker jutsu. Rog instantly used immobilization jutsu and body flicker jutsu, appearing in front of the security personnel, who were restrained like a bolt of lightning. The kunai in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, slashing the throats of the security personnel. When he shook off the blood on his kunai, There were dozens of corpses scattered all over the place behind him. Your people are almost all dead. Are you still not going to do anything? Mr. Film glanced at the surveillance screen next to him and asked casually. They are not my people. My task is to prevent anyone from entering this laboratory. Everything else has nothing to do with me. In front of Bullseye was a busy laboratory. This laboratory seemed to be in a completely different parallel universe. No matter what happened outside, the researchers inside did not stop their research. More than a dozen researchers in white coats were injecting the serum in their hands into one white mouse after another, and then observing the condition of each white mouse. On a table in the laboratory, there were more than a dozen white bones, and next to these bones, there were bottles of different colored liquids with numbers written on them. Since you are not going to do anything, let me go out and have some fun. After that, Mr. Film walked out without looking back. The reason he was here was only because of Kingpin's invitation. As for what Kingpin was doing here, he did not particularly care. The only thing he cared about was that Kingpin did not fulfill his promise to help him destroy Hammerhead's gang. After clearing out the crazy security guards, Roger successfully arrived at the core area of the second floor of the basement, where he bumped into Mr. Film, who had just come out. When he saw Mr. Film, Rog was stunned. After a few seconds of serious thinking, he finally remembered Mr. Film. Although Mr. Film was also a supervillain, he was not a well-known villain. In Rog's memory, Mr. Film was basically no different from an ordinary gang leader, except for a small feud with Spider-Man. After seeing Rog's figure, Mr. Film did not say a word. He directly used negative energy to transform into an energy sword, and then waved it at Rog's position a few times. Mr. Film seemed to be waving his sword casually, but every time he waved his sword, negative energy would attack Rog, just like the sword energy described in Eastern martial arts novels. For Rog, who could even dodge bullets, avoiding these negative energies was not difficult. Just as he easily avoided these negative energy attacks, a strong negative energy suddenly erupted from Mr. Film's body. With Mr. Negative as the center, the negative energy quickly spread out in all directions, forming a 360-degree attack. The destructive power of this negative energy was not amazing, but it was extremely fast. Rog used Blink several times in a row to get out of the attack range of this negative energy. After discovering that the person in front of him was Mr. Film, Rog had been paying attention to his every move. Turning negative energy into a weapon wasn't much. The real horror of Mr. Film was that his negative energy could instantly catalyze the negative emotions of the target, turning a lawful good person into a chaotic evil person in an instant. Although Rog did not think he was a good person, he did not want to be catalyzed by Mr. Film's negative energy into negative emotions. Iron Water Cannon Technique. Without any hesitation, Rog raised his right hand and used Iron Water Cannon Technique on Mr. Film. Although negative energy was Mr. Film's ultimate ability, his own strength was not to be underestimated. In the face of Rog's sudden use of Iron Water Cannon Technique, Mr. Film jumped forward without caring about his image, avoiding the liquid bullets shot by the Iron Water Cannon Technique, and at the same time swung his sword a few times at Rog. Before the negative energy hit Rog, Rog's figure disappeared in the tunnel. The negative energy hit the wall behind him hard, leaving a few very obvious cracks. Just when Mr. Film thought that Rog had chosen to retreat, Rog's figure suddenly appeared at the end of the tunnel, and then attacked him like lightning. With Blink, Rog crossed a distance of tens of meters in an instant, and came to a place only 2 or 3 meters away from Mr. Film. But before he could move forward, negative energy once again erupted from Mr. Film's body. Bang! Rog, who was swept by the negative energy, suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke, and then disappeared. Before Mr. Film could react, another Rog rushed out from the end of the tunnel, and then came to a place 2 or 3 meters in front of him. This time, Mr. Film did not continue to erupt with negative energy, but raised the negative energy sword in his hand. Bang! Rog, who was hit by the negative energy sword, once again turned into smoke and disappeared. Before he could withdraw the negative energy sword, a third Rog rushed out of the tunnel, and again came to a place 2 or 3 meters in front of him. Without any hesitation, Mr. Film once again erupted with negative energy, and this Rog also turned into smoke and disappeared. 2 consecutive eruptions of negative energy in a short period of time exhausted him. But at this moment, a 4th Rog rushed out of the tunnel. Chapter 45. After experiencing the first few Rog's attacks, Mr. Film has roughly figured out Rog's tactics. Is he planning to use this method to consume my negative energy? Isn't he underestimating me a little too much? Facing the 4th Rog, Mr. Film didn't release his negative energy. He just raised the negative energy sword in his hand, intending to use his swordsmanship to deal with this Rog. Just as Mr. Film was about to chop this Rog into smoke like before, he suddenly saw a pair of blood-red eyes. This is? Looking at the pair of blood-red eyes with 3 Tomo, Mr. Film suddenly found that the Rog who was rushing towards him disappeared. Not only that, the negative energy sword in his hand, and all the negative energy on his body also disappeared. He turned back to a normal person in an instant. Just as Mr. Film was puzzled, he glanced around and found that he was no longer in Kingpin's Research Institute, but in the Endless Ocean. What the hell is going on? Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw the Golden Mountain cargo ship that was slowly falling silent. Corpses were floating on the surface of the sea. Looking at the strange yet familiar scene in front of him, Mr. Film felt that he seemed to have returned to the original Snakehead member, the nameless, powerless, and undignified Snakehead member. On the 2nd floor of Kingpin's Research Institute, Mr. Film, who was holding the negative energy sword, suddenly lost consciousness and stood motionless in the same place. Until Rog wiped his throat with the kunai, he couldn't recover from the strange illusion. Mr. Film fell heavily to the ground, and black blood flowed out of his throat that didn't look human at all. It wasn't until a few minutes after he died that Mr. Film, who only had black and white colors, returned to a normal human appearance, and the blood on the ground also turned into a bright red human color. With Mr. Film's death, the negative energy on his body also disappeared, and everything related to negative energy also returned to its original appearance. It was a pity that Mr. Film's negative energy was born from a comprehensive drug experiment. Otherwise, Rog could have tried to use the ability of his 3 Tomo Sharingan to copy the energy weapon ability of Mr. Film. In order to prevent Mr. Film's negative energy from catalyzing his own negative emotions, he used the Sharingan's illusion ability for the first time in battle. Judging from the current situation, the illusion of the Sharingan was very useful. Glancing at Mr. Film, who had completely lost his life, Rog continued to walk towards his destination. Now the only one standing in front of him was Bullseye. As long as he got rid of Bullseye and destroyed this place, the mission in Hand's hand would basically be complete. Through the surveillance footage in the room, Bullseye saw Mr. Film being killed by Rog. Bullseye had a grave look on his face when he saw Mr. Film standing still and letting Roger cut his throat with the kunai. Although Bullseye had never fought with Rog before, he was no stranger to Rog. In fact, he was even a little familiar with him. No one knew how Roger appeared. The only thing that could be traced back was that he suddenly appeared in New York 3 years ago. On the surface, he appeared to be a private detective, but in reality, he was a ninja and began to accept various commissions. As an assassin, Bullseye saw the aura of one of his own kind in Rog. But unlike him, Rog also mastered all kinds of strange ninjutsu. Rog had eliminated most of the resistance on the 2nd floor of the basement. If no one stopped him, it wouldn't be long before he arrived at this laboratory. After thinking about it carefully, Bullseye finally left the laboratory with all kinds of weapons he had prepared. Instead of letting Rog come here smoothly, it would be better to take the initiative to choose the battlefield outside. This way, even if he couldn't win, he would have more escape routes. As for whether or not he could stop Rog, Bullseye wasn't very confident. But after carefully watching the battle between Rog and Mr. Film, Bullseye found that Rog wasn't very good at long-range combat. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have had to use those strange doppelgangers to charge again and again just now. And long-range attacks happened to be what he was best at. Therefore, before leaving the laboratory, Bullseye had already formulated a strategy, which was to use his best throwing ability to deal with Rog from a distance. Just as Rog was about to reach the core laboratory on the 2nd floor of the basement, Several daggers attacked him at lightning speed from strange angles. These daggers naturally couldn't fly as fast as bullets, but they were far more accurate than the bullets fired by the security guards. Clang! 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 Rog's kunai hit the daggers in an instant, and all of them bounced away. But just as these daggers were bounced away, a large number of different things flew towards him. These included daggers, darts, metal bullets, irregular iron nails, and even a few poker cards. In terms of lethality, these things couldn't compare with bullets at all, but they came from extremely tricky angles, and even seemed to be linked to each other. Instead of trying to bounce these weapons away, Rog directly used blink to retreat. As Rog disappeared, these weapons either hit the floor or the wall. As if having predicted Rog's retreat, a few more daggers came at him just as he steadied himself. Blink. Rog's figure disappeared again, but this time, instead of continuing to retreat, he chose to move forward. Although the attacker hadn't shown up yet, Rog already knew who it was. No one else could have such an accurate throwing ability except Bullseye. After crossing dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, he finally saw Bullseye, who was about to disappear at the corner of the passage. The moment he saw Bullseye, Bullseye also saw him, and immediately attacked him with a few more daggers. After throwing these daggers, Bullseye disappeared in front of Rog again. After dodging Bullseye's dagger, Rog didn't chase after Bullseye immediately. Instead, he cast Shadow Clone. After the Shadow Clone appeared, Rog first had it chase after Bullseye, while he himself took out a flying Thor and stabbed it into the ground, before returning to the office through the Thor. Chapter 46. After returning to the office, Rog took out a backpack that he hadn't opened for a long time, and looked inside. There were 100 shurikens in the backpack. He had ordered these shurikens to be custom-made. But after they were made, he put them aside and never used them again. But today, after witnessing Bullseye's superb throwing ability, he suddenly had an idea. There was an icon for shuriken techniques on the exchange page of the system, but he had never exchanged for this ability. Although it would save him a lot of practice time, the system's price for these techniques was not lower than that of advanced ninjutsu, so he had never exchanged for them. He had already mastered the kunai, but his shuriken skills were still a mess. After picking up the backpack full of shurikens, he returned to the second floor of the Jester Institute of Paleontology and History through the Flying Thor. After collecting the Flying Thunder God kunai on the ground, he used chakra perception to sense the location of Bullseye, and then rushed towards him. At this moment, Bullseye was being chased by his shadow clones and was constantly throwing all kinds of weapons at him. It wasn't particularly difficult to dodge Bullseye's weapons as long as he was prepared. What was difficult was how to dodge these weapons without getting hurt, and at the same time, close the distance between them. Although Rog's shadow clones had the same fighting skills as him, they weren't him after all. After a series of attacks, Bullseye successfully destroyed 2 of Rog's shadow clones. Just as he was about to destroy the remaining 2 shadow clones, he saw Rog with his backpack. Looking at Rog's backpack, Bullseye had a bad feeling. Before he could think about it, Rog dispelled the remaining 2 shadow clones, and took out several shurikens from his backpack. Bullseye didn't know what Rog was up to, but after the shadow clone disappeared, he threw several daggers at Rog without hesitation. At this moment, Rog had opened his 3-tomo Sharingan and observed Bullseye's every move. This included the way he threw, the way he used his strength, and the way he threw. While observing Bullseye with his Sharingan, Rog didn't forget to avoid the daggers. After dodging the daggers, he imitated Bullseye and threw out his shuriken. The moment Rog threw out the shuriken, Bullseye had a strange feeling. But this feeling quickly disappeared. The shuriken that Rog threw flew at Bullseye at an extremely fast speed, and passed him perfectly without causing any damage. Bullseye had thought that Rog had extraordinary throwing skills like him, but it turned out that he was wrong. This was completely a layman's technique. How could he throw this kind of spinning dart like a dagger? This was simply messing around. Bullseye was about to mock Rog's throwing skills, when he suddenly thought of something. This throwing technique. This way of using strength. This attack trajectory. Isn't this the way I threw my daggers just now? Thinking of this, the contempt on Bullseye's face disappeared. This is impossible. How can he learn my attack after seeing it once? This is absolutely impossible. As if to cheer himself up, or to prove that his attack technique couldn't be imitated so easily, Bullseye took out a shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without any hesitation, Bullseye threw 3 darts at Rog, aiming at his forehead, throat, and heart. Rog dodged Bullseye's darts again, and took out 3 shurikens. As if history was repeating itself, Rog threw 3 shurikens at Bullseye's forehead, throat, and heart. Seeing Rog's almost copy and paste action, Bullseye's face was full of disbelief. Even so, he still dodged Rog's shurikens and ran away without looking back. Rog wouldn't let Bullseye leave so easily. He hurriedly blinked and chased after him. Bullseye didn't look back, but he could clearly sense that Rog was not far behind him. F***ck, I'll do it. Sensing that Rog was getting closer and closer, Bullseye finally gave up the idea of running away and took out the throwing weapons he had prepared. This time he didn't deliberately choose to throw darts. Instead, he picked up several weapons and threw them at Rog. In the face of Bullseye's attack, Rog didn't dodge but took out the same number of shurikens. Instead of continuing to imitate Bullseye's movements, he threw the shurikens according to the technique he had just mastered. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken and Bullseye's weapon collided with each other, and then bounced off each other with a crisp sound. Seeing this scene, Bullseye instantly understood why Kingpin had stopped him from making trouble for Rog last time. Is this guy really a human with such a terrifying imitation ability? Bullseye didn't know how to describe Rog in front of him anymore. He had always thought that his innate talent for throwing was a gift from the heavens. But now he began to seriously doubt it. It had only been a few exchanges, but he was able to imitate his throwing ability exactly. This was what it meant to be a F***king talent. If it weren't for the fact that they were on different sides, Bullseye really wanted to ask Rog how he did it. Thanks to Roger's deliberate movements, Bullseye was never caught up to by Bullseye. Instead, the two of them kept chasing each other, throwing daggers and shurikens at each other. After Bullseye threw out the last dagger in his hand, he finally stopped and didn't run anymore. Clang! The dagger that Bullseye threw didn't fly very far before it was easily hit by Rog's shurikens and bounced off the wall. You're finally done? Roger was in a very good mood at the moment. In fact, it could even be said that he was in a very good mood. Thanks to Bullseye's selfless dedication, he quickly grasped how to throw the shuriken in an unreasonably short amount of time. He also learned some useful tricks from Bullseye. For example, how to throw a poker card with the power to tear a human's neck. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, just come at me. Bullseye didn't expect to defeat Rog with a long-range attack. He drew his only melee weapon, which was a strange-looking dagger. Chapter 47. Seeing that Bullseye was about to engage in close combat, Rog put away his shuriken and threw his backpack aside. To thank you for your contribution, I've decided to give you the treatment of a real warrior. As soon as he said that, a white electric current appeared in Rog's right hand, and at the same time, 1,000 birds chirped. The treatment of a real warrior? What does that mean? Bullseye didn't know what Rog meant by a real warrior, but when he saw his right hand that seemed to have turned into lightning, he couldn't help but want to run away immediately. But in the end, he overcame his instinct to run away. Clenching his dagger, he watched Rog's every move with a solemn expression. Running away now would only lead to a faster death, so he decided to stay and fight for the slim chance of victory. This ninjutsu is called Chidori. I've never used this ninjutsu in a fight since I learned it. To be able to be the first person to die in the 1,000 birds, it should be enough for you. Hearing Rog's calm words, Bullseye couldn't help but swallow. Who wants to be the first person to die in this ninjutsu? Don't force your thoughts on others. While Bullseye was watching Rog's every move, Rog suddenly disappeared in front of him. Before Bullseye could react, Rog had crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and appeared in front of him in an instant. After sensing Rog's appearance, Bullseye instinctively wanted to raise his dagger and stab Rog. However, at this moment, he saw Rog's right hand. He saw the right hand that was inserted into his chest, and at the same time, it was shining with white electricity. When did he do that? Before Bullseye could come to a conclusion, a mouthful of blood gushed up his throat. Just as Bullseye was about to vomit blood, Rog disappeared again and reappeared 5 or 6 meters away. Puff! Bullseye spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, then fell to his knees powerlessly. Although Bullseye did not observe his wounds carefully, as a top assassin, Bullseye knew very well that Rog's right hand, which was covered in white lightning, had pierced through his body. "You are really a monster." After saying that, Bullseye fell to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. He had completely lost his life. Glancing at the lifeless Bullseye, Rog picked up the backpack that had just been thrown away, and then found a random laboratory to clean the blood on his right hand. The only thing he is not satisfied with is that after using Chidori to kill people, his right hand will inevitably be stained with the blood of the enemy. It was troublesome to wash his hands after killing someone. After silently cleaning up the blood on his right hand, Rog came to the core laboratory on the second floor of the basement. When his figure appeared in the laboratory, the busy researchers paused for a moment, then continued their work as if he did not appear at all. It seems that these researchers thought that he was Kingpin's man. In the following time, Rog cleaned up all the researchers in the laboratory, then took away their unused keel and the numbered bottles. Of course, he also took a thick experimental research report. After doing all this, he went to the central control room of the Research Institute, intending to study how to destroy the place with the least effort. Just as he was considering whether to get some explosives back, he saw a button in the central control room. The self-destruct button. Do not touch it unless it is an emergency. There was a very considerate reminder above the button, for fear that others would not know the function of the button. After finding the key to turn on the button from a corpse in the central control room, Rog decisively pressed the button. The moment he pressed the self-destruct button, the whole Research Institute lit up with a red alarm light, and a 5-minute countdown appeared on the screen in the central control room. The commission is done. I can go back now. Kingpin's crisis awareness saved Rog a lot of time. After taking a final look at the Research Institute, he returned to the office with the Flying Thunder God. Because the hand has already paid the reward in advance, as long as the Research Institute explodes, the system will judge the commission as completed and send him 20 ninja coins. After waiting silently for 5 minutes, Rog opened the commission page of the system and saw what he wanted to see. Commission content. Eliminate Kingpin's secret stronghold. Commission status. Completed. Commission reward. 20 ninja coins sent. Ninja coins not consumed 44. After taking back his gaze from the system, Rog picked up the information taken out from the Research Institute and browsed it carefully. At the same time, Kingpin, in a mansion in the suburbs of New York, received a call from his men. The Chester Paleontological History Institute was invaded and the self-destruct program was activated. After a pause for a few seconds, the person on the other end of the phone continued. The intruder is suspected to be Rog. Before the Research Institute self-destructed, we received the relevant report. In addition, Bullseye has lost contact with Mr. Negative and is suspected to be dead. After saying that, the person on the other end of the phone didn't even dare to breathe, silently waiting for Kingpin's answer. After listening to the report, Kingpin didn't give a reply immediately. After nearly a minute of depressing atmosphere, Kingpin finally said, "Got it. From now on, send someone to follow the 5 guys in the hand of the hand 24 hours a day, and keep an eye on all their bases." After saying that, Kingpin directly crushed the phone in his hand. He didn't say how to deal with Rog, because he wasn't sure if he really wanted to fight with Rog. In the face of people like Rog, unless he had absolute confidence in killing him, any action may cause him to resist fiercely. Thinking of this, Kingpin felt a faint tingling in his right hand. New York, in a secret base in the hand of the hand of the hand of the hand, 5 fingers appeared together in a room. Rog has destroyed the Chester Paleontological History Institute. We now have more time to arrange the previous plan, Savant said with a serious face. At the same time that Kingpin received the news, the hand of the hand also received the news. This won't take too long. Kingpin will find out sooner or later. We must act as soon as possible. Murakami also gave his own suggestion. The problem now is that once we start to carry out the plan, we can't continue to hide it from Kingpin, and the other organizations won't let us carry out the plan. The one who spoke now was Mrs. Gao, who looked kind. However, only those who really knew her would know what kind of viciousness and terror was hidden under her kind appearance. Chapter 48. Even so, we can only take the risk of opening the seal. If we don't do anything, Kingpin will study the effect of the dragon bones sooner or later, and it will be much more difficult for us to take the dragon bones then. After hearing Mrs. Gao's words, Alexandra, who was sitting next to her, said silently, "Even if we can't get all the dragon bones in it, as long as we can get most of them, it will be enough for us to use for many years." Botu also expressed his opinion. "Then let's start voting now. Those who agree to take action immediately, raise your hand." After speaking, Savant took the lead in raising his right hand, and Murakami, Alexandra, and Botu also raised their right hand. Except for Mrs. Gao, the other 4 fingers of the hand agreed to take action immediately. Now that everyone has agreed, let's arrange the next task. We don't need to worry too much about Kingpin for the time being. He doesn't know the true role of the dragon bones yet, so even if we start the plan, he won't stop us for a while. The main thing to worry about now is the Holiness Church and Shield. When Savant talked about Shield, the entire conference room suddenly became silent. Although the Hand is a powerful ninja assassin organization, they are still too weak compared to Shield. Not to mention, they are still in New York. Going to war with Shield in such a place is no different from attacking Shield's triple curved wing headquarters. After a few minutes of silence, Mrs. Gao took the lead and said, "I will deal with the Holiness Church. Alexandra will come with me." Alexandra did not object to Mrs. Gao's proposal and nodded silently. "Then leave the Holiness Church to me and Bodu. I just want to learn from that guy." After Mrs. Gao and Alexandra took on the trouble of the Holiness Church, Murakami also spoke and pulled Botu along. Kingpin and the trouble of the Holiness Church have been taken on by someone. And now only the most troublesome Shield is left. You're not going to let me fight Shield alone, are you? Although Savant is usually very conceited, he never thinks that he can resist Shield alone. If he had this ability, he wouldn't need to dig up dragon bones, let alone be afraid of Kingpin and the Holiness Church. In the past, there were many organizations and forces in the world who did not believe in evil and wanted to provoke Shield, but without exception, they were all removed and became part of Shield's merit. Perhaps, you can look for Rog again and ask for his help through a commission? After a few minutes of silence, Mrs. Gao suggested. Although they don't know who Rog is, they know that people like Rog will never be afraid of Shield. Even if he is not an opponent of Shield, it is not a problem to block Shield. And they believe that as long as they give enough rewards, Rog, who has mastered mysterious ninjutsu, will not refuse them. Are you sure you want to do this? He is not an easy person to deal with. He asked for 2 boxes of dragon bones just to destroy Kingpin's research institute. If he is allowed to block Shield, the price may be incredibly high. As the person who dealt with Rog the most, Savant is not as optimistic as Mrs. Gao. In the eyes of Mrs. Gao, Rog is nothing more than a ninja with good strength, no different from those mercenaries who work for money. Try it. If he doesn't accept your commission, we'll think of other ways. Mrs. Gao made a final concluding speech. At this time, Rog was carefully browsing the documents brought out of the Research Institute in the office. Report on the effect of dragon bones on the lifespan of lactating organisms. Dragon bones energy analysis report. Research report on the use of dragon bones energy. Dragon bones strengthening research on mammals. Among the documents brought out by Rog, there were more than a dozen research reports. When he finished reading these reports one by one, he finally figured out what the Hand of Hand was hiding. According to Savant, Kingpin took a batch of dragon bones from them, so they entrusted him to clean up Kingpin's research institute. But according to the feedback in the report, Savant only told part of the truth. Kingpin did snatch a batch of dragon bones from them, but what Kingpin snatched from them was not just dragon bones. Along with the dragon bones, there was also an ancient book about the dragon bones suspected to be hidden under New York. Kingpin may not know what the dragon bones do now, but this secret can only be maintained for a short period of time at most. As long as there is a little progress in the Research Institute, Kingpin will soon know the true role of the dragon bones and guess the true purpose of the hand of hand. If the true effect of the dragon bones is known to Kingpin, even if the hand of hand has the means to open the seal of the dragon bones, they will not be able to take the dragon bones out of New York. In a place like New York, Kingpin was the undisputed underground emperor. Although Kingpin's strength is not comparable to that of S.H.I.E.L.D., the problem is that S.H.I.E.L.D. will not keep an eye on the hand of hand. As long as the movement is not very big, it is not impossible to hide it from S.H.I.E.L.D. But Kingpin is different. New York is his base camp. Everything that happens here will attract his attention. Not to mention that the target of the movement is the hand of hand that he has been paying attention to. Savant and the others don't know yet that Kingpin has now sent people to follow their whereabouts 24 hours a day. Not only them, but even their ninjas and even their unknown secret bases are also being watched by Kingpin's men. If he didn't know enough about the hand of hand, Kingpin wouldn't have given such accurate information last time, and entrusted Rog to destroy the hand of hand's base. After putting down the report in his hand, Rog suddenly felt that the hand of hand had been a little unlucky recently. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient books were stolen along with the dragon bones, they could have waited until the Sacred Purity Society left New York. When Kingpin lost interest in them, they could have secretly opened the seal and taken away the dragon bones buried in it. But they obviously won't have such an opportunity now. Kingpin may not have a way to open the dragon bone seal, but he doesn't need to open the seal himself. He just needs to wait for others to open the seal. Kingpin is not very good at breaking the seal, but he is definitely an experienced veteran when it comes to robbing things, especially from the hand of hand. Chapter 49. Although Rog was not sure what the hand of hand would do, he had already made a decision. That was to add some extra difficulty to the hand of hand's already difficult situation. How could extorting the hand of hand compare to robbing the hand of hand in broad daylight? As for the hand of hand's favorability, he did not care about it at all. He vaguely remembered that the dragon bones hidden under New York seemed to be the corpse of an entire dragon god. If that was true, it meant that the number of dragon bones that had been dug out this time would reach an extremely terrifying level. Even now, every time he used the dragon bones, it would produce a corresponding resistance to the dragon bones, causing the dragon bones to increase the amount of chakra to become less and less. However, as long as the dragon bones' effect on increasing the amount of chakra did not disappear completely, he would not give up on the dragon bones. It did not matter if the amount of increase was low, even if it was only 0. 1 calorie at a time. If efficiency was not enough, then he would make up for it with quantity. Early the next morning, while Rog was still asleep, Savant came to the office with 3 boxes of dragon bones. It was not until past noon that Rog returned to the office and saw Savant, who had been waiting in the office all morning. Although Savant had not said anything, the purpose of his visit could be guessed just by looking at the 3 suitcases that were exactly the same as the last time. Come in and talk. No matter what, Savant was still his previous client, so Rog did not chase him away directly. Instead, he let him into his office. Mr. Rog, we were very satisfied with the previous commission, so we want to commission you again. These 3 boxes of dragon bones are the deposit for this commission. The hand of hand did not have many dragon bones left, so these 3 boxes of dragon bones were considered a great show of sincerity to them. Since you're so generous this time, the commission must not be simple. Tell me, what do you want to commission this time? After reading the reports of the Kingpin Research Institute, Rog knew very well what kind of situation Hand was facing now. So he was not surprised that Hand spent a lot of money to hire foreign aid. Since everyone is so familiar with each other, I'll be frank. The reason why dragon bones are called dragon bones is because they are the bones of a divine dragon. After our investigation, we found that the bones of an entire dragon were buried under New York. We want to excavate the skeleton of this divine dragon, but during the excavation process, it may attract the attention of some forces. Therefore, we hope that Mr. Rog can help us stop one of the forces. If you are willing to accept this commission, we are willing to give you 1/3 of the dragon bones as your reward. Taking 1/3 of the dragon's bones as a reward was not a decision made by the 5 fingers on the hand of the hand, but by Savant himself. However, as long as Rog agreed to accept the mission, he was confident that he could convince the other four. No matter how many dragon bones there were underground, they would have to be dug out successfully. 1/3 of the dragon's bones. You guys are really extraordinarily generous. But I'm sorry, I can't accept this kind of risky reward. This reward is really tempting, but Rog doesn't think that Hand has the ability to pay this reward, because he is very sure that Hand can't get the dragon's bones this time. Even if Hand successfully opens the seal, they can't take the dragon bones away smoothly. I know that this reward is indeed uncertain, but as long as you are willing to help, the success rate is still very high. Savant tried to persuade Rog, but he never thought that Rog, who was sitting in front of him, was the one who wanted to rob the dragon bones. I'm sorry, I still can't accept your commission. Unless you can come up with the equivalent of 1/3 of the dragon bones now. Although Rog doesn't know how many dragon bones there are in Hand's hands, he is very sure that there are not many dragon bones in Hand's hands. If they still have so many dragon bones, they don't need to think about the dragon bones underground at this time. If that's the case, then I can only say that this is a pity. After speaking, Savant stood up and planned to leave the office with the 3 boxes of dragon bones. Wait a minute. Savant, who was about to pick up the 3 boxes of dragon bones, heard Rog's words and was suddenly happy, thinking that Rog changed his mind. But then, he heard something that he couldn't believe. You can leave, but you must leave these 3 boxes of dragon bones. After hearing Rog's words, Savant was stunned. What the hell? What kind of development is this? Before he could figure out what was going on, Rog said again, consulting fee 3 boxes of dragon bones. Although it was no different from daylight robbery, he still needed to have an excuse. Are you planning to daylight robbery? Savant's expression became extremely serious. As an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, how could he not understand the real meaning of Rog's words? Yes, I'm going to daylight robbery. Why, do you have a problem with that? Anyway, he was about to have a bad relationship with Hand, so Rog didn't mind bringing forward the time a little. Good, very good. Hand will remember this. Looking at the casual look on Rog's face, Savant quickly made a decision and immediately gave up the 3 boxes of dragon bones, and then left without looking back. Rog was not surprised by Savant's decisiveness. In this completely disadvantaged situation, even if Savant didn't want to, there was nothing he could do. Verbal or physical resistance wouldn't change the outcome. In that case, it is better to give up immediately. Although this behavior seems to be cowardly, it is the most reasonable way at present with the least loss. If he doesn't do this, maybe there will be more than 3 boxes of dragon bones left. After Savant left, Rog returned home with the 3 boxes of dragon bones, and then threw the 3 boxes of dragon bones, and the dragon bones brought back from the Research Institute last night, all into the biological tissue energy purification separator number 2 made by Orochimaru. After drinking all the purified green liquid, Kuroto's chakra volume increased once again. Chakra capacity, 12 calories. Nearly 4 suitcases of dragon bones only increased the capacity of chakra by 2 calories. The efficiency of dragon bones to increase chakra capacity was further reduced. However, Rog didn't take this to heart. If he guessed correctly, the dragon bones underground in New York can fill at least thousands of suitcases of the same model. After Rog snatched the 3 boxes of dragon bones, Savant did not hesitate, and returned directly to the secret base where they had a meeting last night, and told the other 4 people the news. Chapter 50. After listening to Savant's news, the other 4 people in Hand immediately realized that not only did they not achieve the purpose of letting Rog block shield, but they also added an additional enemy to themselves. Since Rog dared to snatch the 3 boxes of dragon bones so simply, it means that he is also eyeing the batch of dragon bones underground. For the Hand, which was already under a lot of pressure, this was undoubtedly one disaster after another. But they have no other choice now. Even with Rog and Kingpin blocking them, they can only take the risk of opening the dragon bone seal underground. If they don't do it now, they will completely lose their last advantage when the specific location of the dragon bones underground in New York is exposed. The situation they need to face at that time will only be worse than it is now. After the amount of chakra further increased, Rog did not go to the office again but waited patiently at home. Although he doesn't know when Hand will open the Dragon Bone Seal underground, he is not in a hurry. Based on the information that Savanda had divulged, when the Dragon Bone Seal was opened, there would be an obvious commotion. If not for this, Hand doesn't need to worry about being stopped by others at all. Time passed little by little, and after waiting patiently at home for a day, Rog didn't feel anything strange. The third day, the fourth day, after waiting silently for 5 days, Rog still didn't notice anything strange. During these 5 days, although he never left home, he used chakra perception every hour to perceive the movements of the entire New York City. Even when he was sleeping, he would arrange for Shadow Clone to pay attention to the situation. These guys in Hand are really patient. In addition to Rog, Kingpin is also paying close attention to Hand's every move. But like Rog, he didn't find anything strange. Just when Rog thought that today would be a peaceful day, he was about to go to bed when he used chakra perception. Then he sensed an abnormal energy fluctuation. Is this the energy fluctuation of the Dragon Bone Seal? He wasn't very sure because this was the first time he had sensed this type of energy fluctuation. However, he still decided to go over and take a look. If it was a mistake, then he would just treat it as a stroll before bed. Through the tactics that he had set up earlier, he used the Flying Thor to arrive at the street near the source of the abnormal energy fluctuation. Then he kept jumping from roof to roof and quickly rushed to the specific location of the abnormal energy fluctuation. However, when he arrived at the exact location, he did not see anything unusual. In front of him was a street with few pedestrians. Other than the occasional passing car, there was nothing unusual in the vicinity. There were only a few shops that were open. He used Chakra's sensing ability again, but this time he focused his senses on the humans. Every living creature would have a clear sign of life energy on them. The only difference was that the strength and form of life energy would be different. It turned out that they had dug a tunnel from somewhere else. It was a very old-fashioned method, but it was very useful. Through sensing the human life energy around him, he discovered a group of people who were active underground. Although he hadn't seen them yet, he could basically confirm that the group of people underground were the people of the Hand of Hand. This was because he had sensed Soanda in that group of people. Just as he was using the movements of the members of the Hand of Hand to speculate the specific entrance, a faint vibration suddenly came from the ground. This vibration only lasted for a few seconds, and the intensity of the vibration was not big. But not long after, the intensity of the vibration began to increase significantly, and the duration began to become longer. This small earthquake-like vibration lasted for more than a minute before it began to slowly disappear. Before the vibration disappeared, Rog used the body flicker technique to rush to the underground entrance. The entrance to the underground passage was arranged in a warehouse. In order to avoid unnecessary suspicion, the Hand of Hand only sent a few ninjas in normal clothes to guard the door of the warehouse. These ninjas were not so much used to guard the entrance as to act as a living alarm. After arriving at the door of the warehouse, Rog didn't waste time on these ninjas. Using a speed beyond the limit of human vision, he quickly came to these ninjas and then cut their throats with a kunai. After doing all this, he didn't stop at all, and immediately rushed towards the inside of the warehouse. At this moment, the third vibration occurred. If the first two vibrations only made people feel a slight shaking, then this vibration was a large earthquake that was enough to destroy houses. Although this violent vibration only lasted for a short second or two, the damage caused was much more than the previous two combined, and at the same time, it attracted the attention of many organizations, especially those organizations that were originally concerned about abnormal events, such as SHIELD. The specific location of the epicenter has been determined. It is in Brooklyn, and the depth is only more than 60 meters. A researcher in a white coat told the specific location of the epicenter to a female agent in front of him with reddish-brown curly hair, a seductive appearance, a curvy figure, and a sexy charm. After the report, the researcher returned to work reluctantly, and when he turned around, he silently looked at the female agent. Although this seductive female agent looks weak, she is the best female agent in SHIELD, codenamed Black Widow. Natasha glanced at the specific address of the epicenter, and there was not much surprise on her face. A few minutes later, Black Widow left the base alone and drove a flashy motorcycle towards the epicenter. At the same time, Kingpin, who was extremely strong, also got on his private helicopter and flew towards the epicenter. Before Kingpin and Black Widow, Natasha arrived at the warehouse with the hidden entrance. The old man with the Holiness Church ninjas rushed to the warehouse first. Among them, there was Daredevil Matt wearing a dark red battlesuit and holding a short stick. Shield, Kingpin, and Holiness Church all appeared at this time. Rog, who has entered the underground passage, is not too worried about the things on the ground. Now he is rushing to the location of the Dragon Bone seal at full speed. Just as the old man and others arrived near the warehouse, a group of ninjas in black ninja clothes suddenly appeared and surrounded them. There were not many people from Holiness Church at this time. Even with Daredevil Matt, there were only 15 people. And there were hundreds of hand-hand ninjas surrounding them. In the middle of these hand-hand ninjas are Murakami and Botu. Chapter 51. Murakami and Botu brought people to ambush near the warehouse early in the morning, waiting for the arrival of Holiness Church and others. They witnessed the scene of Rog killing the hand-of-hand ninjas in the warehouse, but they didn't stop Rog. Their task was only to stop the people of Holiness Church. As for Rog, that was the task of others. While perceiving the entrance of the warehouse, Rog also perceived the existence of Murakami, but he didn't take them seriously. As long as they don't come out to stop him, Rog doesn't bother to pay attention to them. When the hand-of-hand ninjas appeared, the people of Holiness Church didn't say a word and directly took out their weapons and attacked the ninjas of Holiness Church, not caring about their numerical disadvantage. The number of ninjas of Holiness Church has always been less than that of hand-hand ninjas, but their individual strength is far stronger than that of hand-of-hand ninjas. Even an ordinary member of Holiness Church has the strength to fight against more than a dozen hand-of-hand ninjas at the same time. As for the Staff Elder, he can fight against dozens of hand ninjas at the same time. However, at this time, the Staff Elder did not attack the ordinary hand-of-hand ninjas. Now he is fighting Murakami with a black katana. Like the Staff Elder, Daredevil Matt did not attack the ordinary hand-of-hand ninjas. His opponent was Botu, one of the 5 fingers of hand. While Murakami and Botu stopped the Holiness Church, Mrs. Gao and Alexandra led people to ambush at an intersection a few blocks away. It's a long distance from the entrance of the warehouse, but it's the only way to get to the entrance of the warehouse. The reason for their ambush here is simple. They are waiting for the people on Kingpin's side. If Kingpin mobilizes people to the warehouse, then this is the most suitable place for an ambush. In order to give the Savant Underground enough time to open the seal and take away the dragon bones, Mrs. Gao, Murakami, and the others took away most of the power in the hand. As for those underground, they are all weak hand-hand ninjas. And according to their plan, the hand ninjas underground don't need to be too strong. They only exist for 2 purposes. One was to act as a porter and take away the dragon bones, while the other was to stop Rog. Although it seemed inconceivable, that was indeed their plan. In order to achieve this goal, they even took out a trump card that they had never used before. At this moment, Rog didn't know this. He was now moving quickly in the underground passage. Although this underground passage to the Dragon Bone seal had been excavated at the last minute, it wasn't crowded at all. Instead, it was unusually wide. According to common sense, this kind of underground tunnel only needed to be big enough for normal people to pass through. There was no need to spend extra effort to make the tunnel bigger. However, the underground passage that appeared in front of Rog completely exceeded this standard, and it even reached the point where ordinary trucks could pass through. This is very abnormal, and abnormal means an ambush. After moving in the underground passage for a while, Rog stopped and once again used chakra perception. It was not much different from what he perceived before. The group of hand-hand ninjas underground was still busy, and there were no other people in the passage. The only difference was that the hand-hand ninjas on the ground were fighting with the Holiness Church. Just as he was about to move forward, the seal of the dragon bone vibrated again. This time, the intensity of the vibration was not very big, and the time it lasted was very short. But after the vibration ended, Rog felt a strong and incredible energy. He is no stranger to this type of energy. After all, he has improved a lot of chakra by relying on this energy in the past few days. This is the energy of the dragon bone, and it is so huge that it is shocking. Even an ordinary person would be able to clearly sense the existence of this energy. With the dragon bone as the center, everyone within a few kilometers of it can feel the existence of this energy. Along with this energy, there is also a vast and ancient aura that originated from the ancient times. It is just a dead Shinran, and a Shinran that has been dead for God knows how many years, but its bones can emit such an amazing aura. If it is a living Shinran, then Rog felt that it is necessary for him to go to Kunlun in the future. At this time, the people of the Holiness Church who were fighting on the ground also felt the huge energy and amazing aura emitted by the dragon bone. For a while, the two sides involuntarily stopped attacking. Feeling this unusually huge energy of the dragon bone, the old man showed a look of great desire. He stood straight in place and nervously took a few deep breaths, as if he could absorb the energy of the dragon bone into his body by doing so. While the old man was nervously taking deep breaths, his opponent Murakami did not waste the opportunity and attacked him like lightning. The black samurai sword in his hand was like a viper catching its prey, directly attacking the old man's throat. Seeing that Murakami's black samurai sword was about to hit the old man's throat, the old man, who had been motionless, finally moved. No one knew how the old man did it. They only saw that Murakami was hit hard in the chest by the long stick in the old man's hand. Murakami was sent flying like a volleyball for nearly 10 meters. Those who stand in my way die. After sending Murakami flying, the old man with the staff muttered to himself. Although his voice was not loud, everyone present could feel the amazing killing intent he exuded. Daredevil Matt was a few meters away from the old man at this time. After hearing the old man's words, for the first time he felt that he didn't know his master at all. At this time, the old man obviously didn't care about other people's opinions. After speaking, he took the long stick and walked forward unhurriedly. Hand ninjas were obviously not frightened by the old man's killing intent. After seeing the old man walking towards Murakami, these ninjas did not hesitate and immediately attacked the old man. Faced with the attack of these hand ninjas, the old man once again showed his super strength as a fighting master. An ordinary-looking long stick in the old man's hand was like a magic weapon, showing a terrifying lethality. It took only 2 or 3 seconds for the hand ninjas who attacked the old man to turn into corpses lying on the ground. The old man on the ground showed his power, while Rog in the underground passage looked at the hand ninjas with a puzzled look. These hand ninjas gathered at the exit of the passage for some reason. On their bodies, Rog felt the strange dark aura that he once felt on Kuroto. 77 hand ninjas stopped in front of him. On their bodies, Rog did not see any weapons. Chapter 52. You want to stop me with these people? Aren't you looking down on me too much? After perceiving the battle on the ground, Rog knew that the Tempests had arranged different plans for different enemies. One group of people intercepted the Holiness Church, and another group intercepted Kingpin. So he was very sure that these 77 ninjas were specially prepared for him by the Tempests. But there was one thing he didn't understand, that is, where did the Tempests get their confidence from, thinking that these ninjas could stop him? So far, the number of ninjas who have died in his hands has exceeded 200. And the comprehensive strength of those ninjas is stronger than the ninjas in front of him. Although he didn't know what the Tempests were thinking for the time being, he didn't intend to get entangled in this issue. Katon Grand Fire Annihilation. Without any hesitation, Rog decisively used ninjutsu. A powerful flame spewed out from his mouth, like an angry fire dragon, flew toward the ninja of the Hand and Peace Society. Just after flying out a short distance, the flame had expanded to the point where it enveloped the entire passage. Almost in the blink of an eye, these flames came in front of the Tempests and completely swallowed them. These Tempests didn't make any evasive movements, and there was no room to evade. The shockingly powerful flames enveloped them and quickly burned their bodies. The excruciating pain caused them to involuntarily let out blood-curdling screams. One after another, resounding throughout the entire passageway. Looking at these tempests and ninjas standing in place like puppets, Rog noticed that something was wrong. The huge and powerful flame disappeared after 5 or 6 seconds, and along with the flame, the lives of these tempests and ninjas disappeared. However, within a few seconds, these tempests and ninjas, who had turned into corpses, stood up again one by one. These tempests and ninjas, who should have been lying on the ground, stood up strangely like zombies in science fiction movies, and their eyes became dark. Black gas that could be seen with the naked eye kept gushing out of their severely burned bodies. These black gas are a bit familiar. Looking at the black gas, Rog couldn't help but recall the black fog he had seen on Black Sky's body. However, the black gas coming out of these hand ninjas is much thinner than Kuroka's black fog, and it doesn't look as strange as the black fog. Rog took out a shuriken and threw it towards one of the hand ninjas. He wanted to see if this black gas had the same devouring ability as the black fog. After imitating Bullseye's throwing technique, his shuriken skills had improved from terrible to superb. If he wanted to, he could even use his shuriken to hit the wings of flies flying more than 10 meters away. The shuriken he threw out drew a beautiful arc, then passed through the black gas and accurately hit the right eye of the ninja. The shuriken successfully hit the target, but it did not result in the expected result. Logically speaking, being hit in the eye should be enough to severely injure the enemy. However, the hand ninja who was hit in the right eye by the shuriken seemed to be fine. Not only was there no change, but he even ignored the shuriken in his eye and let the shuriken stay in his eye. It seems that this is not a resurrection, but just giving the dead a certain degree of mobility. Rog quickly made a judgment and formulated the corresponding tactics. He didn't know how the hand did it, but based on the current situation, the hand was well prepared. The 77 ninjas were sacrificed in exchange for time without his intervention. The hand didn't expect the 77 ninjas to be able to defeat Rog. What they wanted was to stall Rog. After Kuroka's death, the hand knew very well that it was impossible for them to stop Rog with conventional combat power. In that case, they might as well use some unconventional methods. The reason why Kuroka was so powerful was that he was a vessel for the beast possession, so he could exert strength far beyond ordinary people. The beast possession could greatly enhance the vessel's strength, but there weren't many people who were suitable to be the beast possession. An unsuitable vessel would die within a short period of time after being possessed by a beast. Although the hand didn't have a way to find a large number of suitable vessels, they developed a way to temporarily borrow the beast possession's strength based on the fact that the beast possession would strengthen the vessel's strength. Since unsuitable vessels would die in a short time after being possessed by the beast possession, it was better to directly provide some corpses that had just died for the beast possession. This way, they didn't have to worry about the lifespan of the vessel. Anyway, they were already dead, so there was no need to worry about the lifespan. Through the resentment of the dead before they died, coupled with suitable black magic, they could create a batch of temporary vessels for the dead that could be possessed by the beast possession. Although the temporary vessels created by this method were far inferior to Kuroka's, they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Moreover, since they were already the vessels of the dead, they wouldn't have the weakness they had when they were alive. As long as the beast possession's strength didn't disappear, as long as the beast possession's corpse didn't completely collapse, these temporary vessels could continue to fight. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have enough black magic materials, now standing in front of Rog, there would be more than 77 hand ninjas. These hand ninjas that had been possessed by the beast possession swayed for a few seconds. Then their eyes fell on Rog's body at the same time, and they let out a burst of beast-like roars. Then these hand ninjas rushed toward Rog, like a pack of wolves hunting their prey. Rog. Now what was controlling these bodies wasn't the original hand ninjas, but the fighting instinct in their bodies that originated from the beast possession. Some of them ran upright like humans, while some ran on all fours like wild beasts. But no matter what method they used, the speed they showed was far beyond when they were alive. At this time, Rog finally understood why the hand dug these tunnels so wide. When digging the tunnels, the hand had already planned to use this trump card. The only difference was which enemy it was used against. When these hand ninjas ran to the last few meters, A 5-meter-long spear made of electric current appeared in his right hand. Chidori Sharp Spear. The hand-hand ninjas that rushed to the front were pierced by the Chidori Sharp Spear like candied haws, and then their bodies were completely cut off. Chapter 53. After instantly dealing with the first few hand-hand ninjas, Rog's right hand waved to the right, and Chidori Igai once again cut off the bodies of several hand ninjas. Although these hand-hand ninjas got stronger because of the beast's possession, their bodies were not strengthened to the same level as Kuroku. Even shuriken could successfully cause damage to them, not to mention the more powerful Chidori Igai. After cutting off the bodies of several hand-hand ninjas on the right, finally someone rushed to the front of Rog and rushed towards him like a beast. Rog did not dodge, but ended the Chidori Igai in his right hand, and then cast another lightning release ninjutsu. Chidori Flow. A visible light blue electric current appeared in an instant, and then hit the hand-hand ninjas who rushed towards him. Although the paralysis effect of Chidori Flow will not appear on these ninjas, but the specific attack power of the electric current itself is enough to repel them. These ninjas who rushed towards Rog, like a ball, flew out upside down, and heavily hit the ninjas behind them, making the whole scene suddenly become very chaotic. After dealing with these close ninjas, Chidori Igai once again appeared in Rog's right hand. After getting rid of a few more people, these hand-hand ninjas who have lost their mind finally made a new move. They no longer swarmed towards Rog, but began to try to attack Rog from different angles. Are you bullying me because I'm alone? The plan of these hand-hand ninjas can be seen at a glance. They want to bully Rog because he is alone, attacking from different directions at the same time, so that Rog can't take care of all directions of defense, and thus create a defensive loophole that can be exploited. It has to be said that with the current IQ level of these ninjas, being able to think of this tactic is a very good progress. But they obviously underestimated Rog in front of them. After perceiving the thoughts of these ninjas, Rog did not let them down, and cast the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang! 4 identical ninjas appeared on the left and right sides of the original body. This sudden change instantly broke the fantasy of these hand-hand ninjas. Isn't it a pleasant surprise? After these 4 shadow doppelgangers appeared, they also used Chidori Sharp Spear like the main body. Although these hand-hand ninjas are much stronger than when they were alive, even surpassing the average level of the Holiness Church ninjas. But in front of Rog, they were still too weak. They were so weak that a single attack could kill a few of them. If the 5 fingers on the hand knew about this, they would never have used this trump card on Rog. The old man with the staff dared to cause trouble for the hand-of-hand with more than 10 Holiness Church ninjas, while Rog was facing 77 opponents stronger than the Holiness Church ninjas. In Hand-Hand's opinion, this was already an extremely high level of treatment. But reality proved that this was far from enough. Under the simultaneous attack of 5 Rog, these hand-hand ninjas didn't last long. They were cleaned up and scattered in various places of the passage. Although these hand-hand ninjas who were cut off still had the ability to move, they couldn't stand up at all without a complete body. They could only helplessly flop on the ground like fish out of water. Rog ignored these hand-hand ninjas who could still move, and walked directly past them towards the final location of the seal. At the same time as Rog ended the battle on the ground also came to an end. Not only did the old man with the staff defeat Murakami and Bodo, one of the 5 fingers of the hand, he also took the lives of dozens of hand ninjas. Under the leadership of the old man with the staff, the other Holiness Church ninjas also broke out with amazing combat power, repelling or killing all the hand-hand ninjas in front of them. Murakami and Boto retreated with the few remaining hand-hand ninjas, while the old man with the staff and others entered the underground passage and rushed towards the location of the Dragon Bone seal. While the old man with the staff and Murakami and others were fighting, Mrs. Gao and others, who were lying in ambush on the other side, finally waited for Kingpin's men. Because Kingpin himself was not there, and it was a sneak attack, Mrs. Gao and others quickly took the advantage and quickly killed Kingpin's men. Unlike the Holiness Church, Kingpin's men were not ninjas. They were holding firearms in their hands. But even so, in front of the hand-hand ninjas with cold weapons, these guys still couldn't take any advantage. Kingpin's men, as well as the hand-hand ninjas, fully demonstrated the gap between professionals and amateurs. These gangsters can bully ordinary people, but in front of the hand-hand ninjas, who have been strictly trained and take pleasure in killing, they are like a high school team that has entered the NBA arena, and they fully understand the gap in strength. When these gangsters were beaten by the hand-hand ninjas, Kingpin himself came to the warehouse where the underground passage was located with a team of 20 people. At that moment, Kingpin was still wearing an expensive suit. Beside him was a group of fully armed, ferocious mercenaries. This mercenary team is one of the trump cards that Kingpin spent a lot of money to build. All the members have real battlefield experience and have undergone professional special forces training. Before joining Kingpin's mercenary team, they were all members of the top special forces in various countries. For various reasons, they ended their military career early and joined Kingpin's mercenary team when they were still at their peak. Even in the face of the famous SEALs, they can have an absolute advantage in the case of the same number of people. Kingpin never expected those gangsters to be able to fight against the hand-hand ninjas. Those guys were nothing more than bait he threw to the hand. When the Holiness Church fought with the hand, Kingpin brought people to the vicinity and witnessed the whole process of the battle. However, he did not make a move, but waited patiently, waiting for the Holiness Church to open up a path for them without enemies. After the Holiness Church entered the underground passage, Kingpin also took people into the passage, and at the same time buried several remote-controlled bombs in the passage. However, Kingpin didn't expect that not long after he entered the underground passage, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Black Widow also came to the warehouse and followed behind them. At this time, all the enemies that the hand expected had appeared. The only difference is that the current situation is very different from what they planned. Sovereign had just packed the first batch of dragon bones taken out of the seal when he heard a familiar voice, but he definitely didn't want to hear it. Just pack the dragon bones and put them here. You don't have to worry about the rest. Chapter 54. If there is any voice in the world that Sovereign doesn't want to hear now, then the first one is definitely Rog's voice. Sovereign doesn't know if he did something wrong in his previous life, but he found that his luck has been getting worse and worse since he met Rog. The first time he knew about the existence of Rog, more than 100 of his men died. The first time he saw Rog, his strongest man, Kuroku, died, and Erika was sent out. Although the first commission was successful, the price was temporarily increased, and he paid an extra box of dragon bones. Then he came to commission again, and he was robbed of 3 boxes of dragon bones. In order to prevent him from interfering with this plan, he even used his secret card, but he still appeared. Trying his best to calm himself down, Suo Wong turned to Logue and tried his best to control his tone as he quietly said, "We were the ones who discovered this place, and we were the ones who opened the seal. If you want to take a portion of the dragon bones, I can agree. But you can't ask for it all at once. Even if you are strong, you can't be so unreasonable." If it weren't for the fact that he can't beat Rog, Sovereign wouldn't even want to say a word, let alone talk in such a tone. "First of all, let me correct you. I don't need your permission to take away the dragon bones. Secondly, I'm being unreasonable, so what? Finally, I'll give you a warm reminder. Without the dragon bones, you will die later, but if you dare to stop me, you will die now." Rog ignored Sovereign's anger and said casually, "Regardless of whether Sovereign is willing or not, and regardless of what the Holiness Church and Kingpin can do, he will not hand over a single piece of dragon bones here." At this time, the hand-hand ninjas who were digging and transporting the dragon bones also noticed the existence of Rog and looked over. As long as Sovereign gives the order, they will attack immediately. After listening to Rog's 3 sentences, Sovereign's anger reached its peak. Even so, he forcefully restrained himself from making a move. Rog's last sentence is right. Without these dragon bones, at most, he won't be able to continue to extend his life in the future. But if he really fights, he doesn't need to think about the future, he will die here today. Although he has lived for hundreds of years, he still cherishes his life very much. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have risked betraying Kunlun. Is there really no discussion at all? What do you think? If he wasn't the only one present, but all 5 of the hand's fingers were here, Sword might have tried to resist. But in this case, he doesn't even have the capital to resist. Okay. I admit defeat. After saying that, Suwanda turned around and left. At the same time, he signaled the ninjas to put down the dragon bones in their hands. You can go, but they have to stay. After packing the dragon bones, they can leave. The dragon bones haven't been completely mined yet, and Rog doesn't want to dig it himself. You stay and continue to dig until you finish digging, Sounder said while suppressing his anger. Then he left alone. As for where he went and where he left from, Rog wasn't interested at all. The ninjas who were left behind watched Savant leave, and then continued their task. It has to be said that the Hand of Hand has done a good job in training his subordinates. This is what it means to be a subordinate. They do what they say, and they don't say a word of nonsense. If their subordinates have the obedience of the Hand of Hand ninjas, those capitalists will wake up laughing in their sleep. With the efforts of the Hand of Hand ninjas, more and more dragon bones were excavated, and soon they piled up into a small hill. Looking at these dragon bones, Rog seems to see the picture of his chakra increasing. However, this beautiful imagination of his was quickly interrupted by someone. All the dragon bones here belong to the Holiness Church. Although the old man can't see, he can clearly feel the energy emitted by the dragon bones, the energy that makes him want to fight. After seeing the arrival of the Holiness Church, the Hand of Hand ninjas suddenly pulled out their weapons and were ready to fight at any time. Don't stop, keep digging, Rog said in a dissatisfied tone. After hesitating for a few seconds, these Hand of Hand ninjas finally put away their weapons and continued to dig. After hearing Rog's words, the old man's face suddenly became very ugly. Although he had only interacted with Roger once, he had deeply engraved Roger's voice into his mind. He remembered this guy who had once beaten him up like a sparring partner. Just as the old man was about to speak, Kingpin's voice came from a distance. What a big tone! Without my consent, Your Holiness Church can't take away a single dragon bone. Although Kingpin only brought 20 people with him, if they really fight, these Holiness Church ninjas are really not his opponents. Not long after Kingpin's arrival, a seductive figure appeared at the exit of the passage. Black Widow Natasha. After seeing her figure, Rog frowned slightly. Why is this woman here? Is there no one else in the S.H.I.E.L.D. New York branch? Rog is no stranger to Natasha, they have met before. S.H.I.E.L.D. once sent special teams to capture him 3 times in a row. After failing 3 times, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not give up for the first time, but launched a relatively soft plan. The executor of the plan that time was Black Widow Natasha. If he hadn't known about the existence of Black Widow Natasha early, he would have almost failed that time. But he won in the end, and S.H.I.E.L.D. completely gave up the plan to capture him after that plan. Natasha also saw Rog for the first time, and like Rog, she also frowned slightly. She had originally thought that the inexplicable earthquake this time was just caused by the Hand and Kingpin. But now it is clear that Rog is also a part of it. After seeing Rog, she finally understood why there were so many mutilated bodies at the end of the underground passage. Although Natasha was only one person, after seeing the S.H.I.E.L.D. logo on her uniform, Kingpin put away his inner contempt and regarded her as the second biggest trouble. As for the biggest trouble, of course, it is Rog not far away. After arriving here, Natasha did not say anything. Instead, she went to a relatively spacious area and silently observed everyone present. It didn't take long for Savant, who had left, to return here, and Murakami and Bodo came back with him. Chapter 55. In addition to Savant, Murakami, and Botu, there were nearly 50 hand-of-hand ninjas who came back with them. And the passage they used to come back was not the one that Rog and the others entered, but the passage on the other side of the underground space. After returning to the underground space where the dragon bones were sealed, Savant didn't fear Rog as before, but looked at him with a provocative look. Not long after Savant and the others came here, the other 2 fingers of the hand, Mrs. Gao and Alexandra, also rushed over with more than 100 hand-of-hand ninjas. At this point, all 5 fingers of the hand-of-hand appeared. In addition to the hand-of-hand ninjas who originally stayed here to dig the dragon bones, Holiness Church, Kingpin, and others, There were nearly 400 people gathered in this underground space that was almost the size of 2 football fields. Of course, most of them were people of the Hand of Hand. There were almost 350 Hand of Hand of Hand of Hand of Hand of Hand. For this dragon bones, the Hand of Hand of Hand of Hand almost came out. Neither the old man nor Kingpin expected that the Hand of Hand of Hand of Hand would attach so much importance to this operation that they would even gamble the fate of the entire organization. With an absolute advantage in numbers, even if the 5 fingers of the Hand of 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 Holiness Church and Kingpin at the same time. As for Rog, the 5 fingers of the Hand of Hand of Hand of Hand of Hand of Hand decided to take action personally. Sovint knew very well that with his own strength, it was absolutely impossible to fight against Rog. So in the face of Rog's coercion, he could only choose to endure again and again. But now he will no longer have any patience. Since we are not your opponent one-on-one, then the 5 of us will fight together. The reason why Sovint and others were able to escape smoothly from Kunlun's pursuit was not because they were familiar with everything about Kunlun, but because the 5 of them were extremely good at fighting together. When the 5 of them fought together, the chi in their bodies would form a mystical connection, allowing their strength to increase tremendously, allowing them to erupt with unimaginably shocking battle prowess. If it weren't for this magical method, they would have died in the pursuit of Kunlun hundreds of years ago, and the Hand wouldn't have appeared in this world. For a long time, the outside world had thought that Heikong was the pinnacle of the Hand of Hand. However, only Sovint and the others knew that when the 5 of them were together, they were the real peak power of the Hand of Hand. Under the signal of Sovint and the others, the more than 350 Hand ninjas immediately attacked the Holiness Church and Kingpin. Even the Black Widow Natasha, who was alone, was besieged by more than a dozen Hand ninjas. Gunshots, shouts, and the clashing sounds of swords and sabers rang out incessantly, causing the originally quiet underground space to become incomparably noisy. At this time, Rog was still standing in the same place. As if he didn't see anything, he didn't even pay attention to Sovint and the others who were approaching him. Why do you have to do these useless things? Why do you have these unrealistic fantasies? Can't you recognize your own strength? Rog lowered his head and said silently to himself. Then he took a deep breath and calmed down his somewhat irritated mood. When he raised his head again, his eyes turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan, and an aura as cold as death emerged from his body. Since you want to die, then I will satisfy your wish. As soon as his voice fell, 32 shadow clones identical to him appeared out of thin air beside him. He usually only creates 4 shadow clones, because the cooperation of 4 shadow clones is enough to win a battle. The limit of his shadow clones has never been 4. The appearance of 32 shadow clones immediately attracted a lot of attention, and the sound of fighting in the surrounding area also dropped a lot in an instant. Under their watchful eyes, these 32 shadow clones ran in different directions. In the process of running, these shadow clones didn't attack anyone, as if they were really just passing by. When the 32 shadow clones arrived at different locations in the underground space, Rog took out 2 Thor kunai and held them in his hands, one in front and one in reverse. Kill all of you in 10 seconds. Rog's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present clearly heard his words. Kill nearly 400 people in 10 seconds, although this sentence came from his mouth, but most of the people present didn't think he could do it. The people who appeared here now weren't street thugs or hooligans. Everyone present had extremely rich combat experience, and they all had the strength to easily kill ordinary people. Not to mention killing nearly 400 people in 10 seconds. Even if there were 400 chickens, it would be impossible to kill them all in 10 seconds. Although most people thought that Rog was talking nonsense, Black Widow Natasha didn't think so. If he really said so, it meant that he could do it. So after hearing Rog's words, Natasha didn't hesitate and immediately ran in the direction of the underground passage. Natasha didn't run far before Rog started his own timer. 1. As soon as his voice fell, his figure disappeared. At the same time, dozens of people in different positions had their throats slit. Bright red blood burst out from their wounds, rendering a sad and cruel scene. 2. 3. Every second, Rog's voice would ring out from a different location. Every time the voice sounded, dozens of people's throats or hearts would be pierced. In just 3 seconds, the number of deaths had exceeded 100 people. Since you don't believe me, I'll use facts to prove it to you. 3 seconds, more than 100 corpses. Those who doubted Rog before not only didn't have any doubts now, but also ran in the direction of the underground passage. If they don't run now, they really won't have a chance to run. That madman will really kill everyone here in 10 seconds. The enemies who were still fighting fiercely at this time became brothers in distress. When these people ran to the underground passage, Rog didn't stop his killing. 4, 5, 6, 7. Another 4 seconds passed, and more than 100 people died in the hands of Rog. Until now they didn't know how Rog did it. Killing dozens of people in a second, and all of them were killed with kunai. Even if he could teleport, it would be too late. 8, 9. Another 2 seconds passed. At this time, there were only 10 people left in the underground space, except for Rog himself. Black Widow Natasha, Kingpin and his 2 mercenaries, the old man Daredevil Matt, the unknown ninja of Holiness Church, Murakami of Hand, Alexandra and Savant. Chapter 56. Nearly 400 people. After 9 seconds, only 10 people were left. This kind of efficient and terrifying killing efficiency shocked the rest of the people. It was only now that they finally understood why Logue had made such a solemn vow. In 10 seconds, kill all of you. This is not an unrealistic fantasy. This is just a notice. Natasha, who was the first to retreat, has already entered the underground passage at this time. And Kingpin, the old man, and the others are only a short distance away from the underground passage. But none of them knows whether they can enter the passage alive at the last moment. Unlike the old man and the others who desperately went to the underground passage, Savant and Murakami did not show any signs of retreat, but silently stayed in the same place, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Hand, it's over. Even if they can leave here alive, the Hand can't avoid the fate of destruction. For this operation, they have mobilized almost all the manpower they can mobilize. All the ninjas in the organization are dead, and only 3 of the 5 fingers are left. Under such circumstances, even if they managed to escape alive, they would only be delaying their deaths by a little. If they knew the ending would be like this, they wouldn't have thought about the dragon bone here in the first place. Savanda accepted his fate and closed his eyes, waiting for the call of death. Rog didn't let him down. When Savant and Murakami were ready to meet death, he said the last time. 10. Rog's voice sounded again like the call of death. The moment he heard Rog's voice, Savant felt a cold feeling across his throat. Murakami and Alexandra felt the same way. Even the old man and the others who were only a little distance away from the underground passage suffered a similar experience. However, what greeted them was not the feeling of a kunai across their neck, but the pain of a piercing heart. In the end, only 3 people entered the underground passage alive. As Natasha was the first to react, she was the first to enter the passage. Daredevil Matt was a step slower, but with his strong perception and good speed, he also stepped into the underground passage at the last moment. The last one to enter the underground tunnel was Jean Ben. The chance to enter the passage alive originally belonged to one of Kingpin's mercenaries. But at the last moment, Kingpin used this lucky mercenary as his shield, and used the mercenary's life in exchange for a chance to leave alive. After Natasha and the other 2 entered the underground tunnel, Rog stopped his slaughter and put away the Thor kunai that was covered in blood. In order to finish off nearly 400 enemies in 10 seconds, he used a tactic that he had long prepared but had never used in battle. Flying Thor killing array. 32 shadow clones meant 32 Thor coordinates. When the original body uses the flying Thor coordinates on the shadow clone to teleport and kill, the shadow clone also uses the same method to teleport and attack. Every second, it is equivalent to 33 Rog attacking at the same time. The mutual transfer between the original body and the 32 shadow clones also provides more possibilities for subsequent transfer and teleportation, and finally creates this terrifying killing efficiency. Now in the huge underground space, only Rog and his shadow clone were still standing. All the enemies were dead, but he did not remove the shadow clone, but gave them a new order. Pack and transport the dragon bones. Although the ninja in his hand has excavated and packed a part of the dragon bones, there are still many dragon bones that have not been excavated. He does not intend to let go of any of the dragon bones here. When Rog's shadow clones began to excavate in an orderly manner, and sent the packed dragon bones home one by one, Daredevil Matt in the underground passage stayed in the passage with a complicated expression on his face. Matt knew that Rog had nothing to do with a good person in the traditional sense, but what he didn't expect was that Rog's attitude towards life was more indifferent than he thought. Nearly 400 people were killed just like that. And after killing them, there was no emotional fluctuation at all. It was as if the people who had just died in his hands were not living humans, but ants. Matt felt a little sorry for the death of others, but it was only a pity. But the death of the old man made him unable to calm down for a long time. Although he didn't agree with some of the old man's practices, in any case, the old man was his master, the one who taught him how to fight. His master was killed just like that. As an apprentice, it would be abnormal if he didn't have any reaction at all. Matt, who was in a complicated mood, finally left the underground passage. As for whether he will take revenge on Rog in the future, only he knows. Unlike Matt, who was in a complicated mood, Kingpin was in a very good mood at this time, although he also lost an extremely strong mercenary team. Although Kingpin didn't even get a piece of dragon bone, Rog's killing helped him solve a rather troublesome enemy. The 5 fingers of the hand are dead, and so are most of the ninjas. Even if there are a few scattered ninjas outside, they can't make any waves. This also means that he can easily occupy everything left by the hand. A strong mercenary team died, and he got all the assets and territory left by the hand. No matter how you look at it, he has made a profit. At the same time, Kingpin silently made a decision that he would never provoke Rog in the future unless necessary. Natasha was the last to leave. She had planned to go over and say a few words to Rog, but she finally gave up this plan, and began to return to the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. After explaining to the Shadow Clone, Rog returned home, and then asked the Shadow Clone to put the dragon bones he had brought back into the biological tissue energy purification separator number 2. After a night of constant efforts, Rog harvested a whole barrel of purified green liquid. Separator number 2, which had been working under a high load for the whole night, exploded in protest in front of Lucien after the last keel was purified. Looking at the large barrel of green liquid in front of him, Rog sighed first, then took out a cup and filled it with it. It took more than 3 days for him to finally drink all the green liquid purified by the dragon bone. And at the same time, he silently made a decision. In the future, I will never drink green things. I hate green. Chapter 57. After drinking all the green liquid purified from the underground dragon bones, Rog could clearly feel the increase in his chakra capacity. Although the increase was getting smaller and smaller, under the increase of a large amount of green liquid, his chakra capacity was still improved qualitatively. In order to confirm how much his chakra capacity had reached, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Rog Profession Ninja Talent, Mujijutsu, 7 Attribute Chakra Kekkei Genkai, 3 Tomo Sharingan Ninjutsu, Substitution Blink Hold Shadow Clone Flying Thor, Chakra Perception, Rasengan Self-Taught, Raiden, Chidori Egi Chidori Flow Fire Release, Grand Fire Annihilation Water Release, Water Iron Cannon Genjutsu, Dark Walk Chakra Capacity, 99 Kalon Consumed Ninja Coins. 44 At first glance, he thought that the system had made a mistake, so he looked at it again carefully. Chakra Capacity, 99 calories. The attribute panel clearly showed the number 99 calories. Rog clearly remembered that the last time he looked at it, chakra capacity was only 12 calories. However, after drinking a whole barrel of green liquid purified from the dragon bones, his chakra capacity directly soared from 12 calories to 99 calories. Looking at this terrifying increase, several crazy ideas suddenly popped up in his mind. Go to Kunlun. I must find a way to go to Kunlun. If there are 2 or 3 complete dragon bones, then the chakra in his body may directly become chakra. Chakra, this is just a joke. But as long as you think about it, it still makes you excited. To some extent, chakra is directly equivalent to strength. After all, the ninja who can get anything by clapping his hands did this. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. After calming down, he came to the office with the Flying Thunder God, intending to see if there are any worthy commissions recently. Although the matter in his hand had come to an end, he did not intend to rest for a while. After obtaining so much chakra, his desire for a certain ninjutsu has also increased. So he decided to work hard to take more tasks so that he could have more ninja coins. Although he was eager to accept more commissions, he couldn't help but frown after reading the commission documents organized by Erica. There were indeed commissions, and the number was not small. The rewards given by the clients were also very generous. But the content of the commission, weren't there any normal people who had come to commission him recently? He had seen a lot of strange commissions before, but today's commission really refreshed his knowledge. A famous rich woman in New York City, through her private butler, had left a simple and generous commission. Rog vaguely remembered that this rich woman didn't seem very old. Last year, when this rich woman's husband passed away, there was an interesting headline in the newspaper, saying that this was the third time this rich woman, who was less than 40 years old, had attended her husband's funeral. Is there a problem with the reputation that has been spreading recently? Why would such a request appear? This was simply an insult to a young and strong man like him. Perhaps many men don't mind this kind of insult, but he minded it very much, because he was a person who liked to take the initiative to control the rhythm. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, a woman with a curvaceous figure, exuding sexiness from head to toe, arrived at the office. "Hello, my name is Natasha, a friend of Rog. Is he in the office now?" Natasha asked Erica calmly on the surface, but her heart was already full of doubts. When did Rog find such a female assistant? Although Erica was now wearing a common workplace suit, Natasha could see at a glance that Erica was a fighter with rich combat experience. Erica didn't answer Natasha directly, but went directly to the door of Rog's office, knocked gently on the door, opened the door, and walked in. Before opening the door, Erica didn't know whether Rog had come or not, so she had to come here to confirm. "There's a woman outside saying she's your friend. She said her name is Natasha." Just as Natasha could tell at a glance that Erica was not an ordinary assistant, Erica could also tell that Natasha was different from the rest. "Let her in." He was not surprised that Natasha would come to him at this time, because even if it wasn't Natasha, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have sent someone else. In S.H.I.E.L.D., there are only two people who have anything to do with Roger. One is Coulson, who has a higher hairline than ordinary people, and the other is Black Widow Natasha, who is now sitting in front of him without saying a word. "Let's get straight to the point. What can I do for you?" If it was any other man, being stared at by Natasha without saying a word, he might have been at a loss. But Rog won't, after all. He has experienced these things long ago. "I haven't seen you for so long, and this is your first sentence?" Natasha did not answer Rog's question directly, but said in a voice that could easily make a man lose his mind. "All right, quit while you're ahead. If something really happens, you will regret it." Looking at Rog's unchanged face, Natasha finally changed back to her normal appearance and said calmly, "The Bureau asked me to ask you if I can buy some dragon bones from you. Our researchers are very interested in these dragon bones. If you want, we can buy some at a high price." After listening to Natasha's words, Rog glanced at her and said silently, "It seems that the last legacy of Hand has been received by you. I thought it would be Kingpin who would finally eat the legacy of Hand. We only took a small part of it, and most of the rest is with Kingpin. The assets and territories in Hand have no meaning in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. The only thing worth S.H.I.E.L.D.'s concern is the little dragon bones left in Hand. This is really in line with your style. You can go back and tell your one-eyed director that I will not hand over the dragon bones, whether in a transaction or in any other way. If he wants it, he can dig it himself. Maybe there are other dragon bones buried somewhere in the ground. Although he doesn't even have a dragon bone in his hand now, he still has to pretend. I will pass on your opinion." That's all for the dragon bones. We have a commission that you should be interested in. After that, Natasha took out a USB flash drive from her pocket and handed it directly to Rog. Take a look at the content inside. I promise you will be interested. Chapter 58. Taking the USB flash drive handed by Natasha, Rog opened the files inside on his laptop that he hardly turned on. There were not many documents in the USB flash drive, but Rog read them carefully. After carefully reading the contents recorded inside, he closed the laptop screen and asked Natasha with a serious face, "Tell me what you want to commission. I am really interested in this thing." The content of the commission is very simple. Find the person inside and bring him back. Whether it is a living or a dead body, it can be done. The last time Coulson came to make a commission, you rejected it without even looking at it. The commission reward this time is $20 million US, 10 times the last time. And if you want, we can give you a share of the research. At this time, Natasha did not show the previous seductive posture and answered seriously. Forget about the research. I want $100 million US. If you agree, I can consider taking this commission. No problem. For Rog's request to increase the reward, Natasha didn't even think about it and directly agreed. Anyway, for S.H.I.E.L.D., whether the reward is $20 million US or $100 million US, there is no essential difference. Rich people are so capricious. Write the commission content and reward on it, and then I will give you a final reply. Rog took out an unused commission scroll from the drawer and placed it in front of Natasha. Natasha skillfully opened the scroll, wrote the commission content and reward, and signed her name at the same time. At the moment when Natasha finished writing her name, Rog opened the system's commission page and took a look. Commission content. Give banner to S.H.I.E.L.D. life or death. Commission status. Incomplete. Commission reward, 100 ninja coins. After seeing the commission reward given by the system, Rog sighed silently in his heart. This commission reward is really high. It directly refreshed the past record and raised the upper limit of the reward to 3 digits. I will take the commission. But I want all the information you know now. No problem, we will send it over later. After completing the task, Natasha didn't stay in the office for too long and left immediately. The main reason was that Rog didn't want to talk too much with her. Natasha was just like her code name. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into her trap. After Natasha left, Rog turned on the computer screen and carefully browsed through the information in the USB flash drive. More than a year ago, the talented Dr. Bruce Banner accepted the military's invitation to study a new technology for the military with his girlfriend, Dr. Ross. Dr. Banner thought that he was conducting a study on radiation resistance, but in fact, it was a biotechnological strength enhancement experiment. Simply put, it was an experiment to create a super soldier. But Dr. Banner didn't know this, and he was confident in his research, so he conducted human experiments on himself. As a result, a green monster was born. Comparing the birth process of Hulk in his memory with the information recorded in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data, Rog did not find any significant differences. The information given by S.H.I.E.L.D. this time was actually complete, and it seemed that there was still a little sincerity. In Rog's memory, Dr. Banner was finally exposed in Brazil, but he didn't know the specific time of the exposure. Judging from the current information, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know the specific location of Dr. Banner, otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to come to him for a commission. Of course, it is not ruled out that S.H.I.E.L.D. has found Dr. Banner, but they can't bring him back. But in either case, he doesn't mind handing over Dr. Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D. A whole 100 ninja coins. This is a bigger temptation for him than $1 billion. The commission reward given by the system is indeed very exciting, but it also means that in the system's judgment, this is an extremely difficult task. Not long after Natasha left, a FedEx guy sent a document over. After putting down the document, the courier left the office at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, as if this was a battlefield where there was a risk of death at any time. If Rog was present, he might be able to recognize that the courier who sent the document this time was the one who sent the bomb last time. After taking the document from Erica, Rog browsed it carefully. As he guessed, S.H.I.E.L.D. not only doesn't know the specific whereabouts of Dr. Banner, but even the information in their hands is still secondhand. At the end of the document, S.H.I.E.L.D. warmly wrote a line of remarks. All the intelligence information about Dr. Banner comes from General Ross, a lieutenant general of the U.S. Air Force. The relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. military has never been good. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't like the brute force of the U.S. military, and the U.S. military also hates S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nonsense. If General Ross knew that his confidential documents had appeared in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database, he wouldn't have been able to help but visit Nick Fury in person. Several months ago, General Ross lost track of Dr. Banner, and now he is looking for Dr. Banner all over the world. Just as Rog was considering whether to go to Brazil now, his mobile phone received a transfer message, and the transfer amount was exactly $100 million. This efficiency is good, I like it. Just glancing at the information on the phone screen, Rog turned his attention back to the document in his hand. He is now considering a question, that is, if he were to take a punch from Hulk head-on now, would he die on the spot? After careful and repeated calculations, he came to a not very good conclusion. If he is hit by the angry Hulk, the probability of him dying on the spot is as high as 50%. The probability of dying on the spot is 50%. The probability of dying in pain after a period of time is 40%, and only 10% is likely to be seriously injured or slightly injured. The strengthened Bronski was simply kicked by Hulk, and his whole body was shattered into pieces. Although this guy later recovered, and finally became an abomination. However, Rog could roughly deduce what kind of situation he might encounter from Roland. Although his current body has been strengthened by chakra, it is estimated that it is similar to Bronski's. From this point of view, the difficulty of this commission is indeed very high. But if you think about it from another point of view, the difficulty of the commission may not be so high. You will only get hurt if you are hit, and you will not get hurt if you are not hit. Fighting without injury, this seems difficult. But for Rog, who has the flying Thor, this is not impossible. Chapter 59. In addition to fighting without injury, Rog actually has another backup plan. It's just that this plan will cause extremely tragic sequelae, so he didn't consider it as his first choice. Using Ninjutsu on Hulk, wait until he is exhausted, then come out to subdue him. The angry Hulk doesn't have much rationality, which means that using Ninjutsu on him will be unexpectedly effective. The only question he had to consider was how much collateral damage Hulk would cause if he lost his mind. If it's in the wilderness, Rog doesn't mind doing this. But if it's in a densely populated city, it's basically equivalent to detonating a high-yield nuclear bomb in the city, the kind that doesn't have radiation pollution. Unless he uses the anti-Hulk armor to fight Hulk head-on, exhausting his stamina and preventing him from expanding the damage. Or like a crazy titan, he can use a set of overbearing military boxing to hit Hulk directly. After thinking about it, Rog decided to use his best method to deal with Hulk. Hulk's strength, endurance, and defense are all top-notch, but his speed is not very fast, and he can't fly. Although Rog can't fly himself, if he wants to fly to fight, it's not impossible. He won't forget that he still has a top-notch figure worth hundreds of millions in Tani's mansion. I wonder what it's like to wear Mark III and use ninjutsu? Will I become a technological ninja? Just as Logue's thoughts were running wild, the door of the firm was pushed open. A person who was obviously different from a normal human walked in. "Hello, you are?" Erica, who is an assistant, stood up and asked the visitor's identity. However, before the visitor spoke, Rog's voice came from the office. "Let him in." The visitor was none other than Frank, the Punisher whom he had sent to Wakanda half a month ago. After entering Rog's office, the Punisher put the huge bag on the ground, and then said, "Vibranium, I brought it back." After that, the Punisher opened the huge bag that is big enough to fit a curled-up adult. Inside the bag was a pile of black ores that emitted a deep blue glow. Even those who did not understand vibranium would know that these ores were extraordinary after seeing these strange ores. I didn't find the heart-shaped grass. After I got the vibranium, I was targeted by the King of Wakanda with the title of Black Panther. His combat ability is not bad, and the combat suit he's wearing also has outstanding defensive capabilities. He led a team to hunt me down. I had no choice but to give up on the heart-shaped grass and leave Wakanda with these vibranium ores. The Punisher briefly recounted his encounter in Wakanda. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Rest for a while. I'll look for you when I need you. The Punisher nodded silently and left Rog's office. After the Punisher left, Rog took out his phone from the drawer and dialed a number. Since he had obtained the vibranium ore, the next step was naturally to find someone who could turn these ores into weapons. Coincidentally, he knew someone who could do that. After some communication that was neither complicated nor simple, Roger reached an agreement with the person on the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, he picked up the bag that was at least 30 to 40 kilograms and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a garage full of luxury cars. He placed the bag in his hand on a metal workbench. Let's hope these things are really as good as you said. After that, Tani went to the workbench and opened the bag. Looking at the black ores that were emitting a deep blue glow, Tani's face showed a curious expression that he had not seen for a long time. These things are called vibranium. After being melted at high temperature and reforged, they will become indestructible. Of course, this is only the simplest way to use them. The molecular structure of vibranium is very special, which gives it unparalleled defensive capabilities. Its molecules are in a relatively static state, so it almost does not conduct heat and kinetic energy. However, it can absorb heat, energy, and kinetic energy. After being fused with other metals, the hardness and strength of vibranium will be further improved. However, I don't know what kind of metal it is and how to fuse it. Although this thing does not conduct heat and kinetic energy, as far as I know, through a certain technology, the energy stored inside can be released all at once. In this aspect, you are an expert, so I believe you have a way to find out how to release the energy inside. After listening to Rog's explanation, Tani frowned slightly, then said, "The things you said reminded me of a shield that my father accidentally created. I believe you can surpass your father and create a better one." After that, Rog picked up a tablet and quickly drew on it. Not long after, 3 patterns with different shapes and specific data appeared on the tablet screen. I want 10 of these 3-pronged kunai. I only have one requirement, which is to be strong enough. This is a straight katana. I want one. And it has to be the kind that can release and store energy. As for this fan, it has to be the kind that can store and release energy. The fan that Rog said was drawn according to the appearance of the Uchiha round fan. Even the 6 tomo on it were drawn in detail by him. Kunai and katana, try to make it as sharp as possible for me. Of course, the premise is to ensure that it is hard enough. As for the fan, as long as it is hard enough and can release energy. The kunai was drawn according to the appearance of the Flying Thor kunai, and the straight katana was drawn according to Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. Why do you want such a big fan? And this shape is not suitable for fighting, right? Tani wasn't surprised that Rog wanted kunai and katana. But he couldn't understand why Rog wanted a gourd-shaped fan that was almost as tall as a person. No matter from which point of view, this fan doesn't meet the standards of fighting. Even if it is used as a shield, it will hinder the user. You don't understand, this is a kind of faith. If it weren't for the lack of ninja coins, Rog wouldn't have asked Tani to make a vibranium version of the Uchiha round fan. Although the original Uchiha round fan was made of wood, it wasn't ordinary wood. It was a part of the sacred tree. Not to mention, the original Uchiha round fan can absorb the opponent's attack and convert it into wind attribute chakra to reflect it back. And even small Baijidama can be reflected. Chapter 60. After explaining his needs, Rog returned directly to the office with the Flying Thunder God. With Tani's ability, it is only a matter of time before he figures out how to use vibranium. After all, he is a top genius who can even create a space-time locator in a short time. The use of vibranium may be a problem for others, but it will never be a problem for Tani. The only thing Rog needs to care about now is how long it will take for Tani to make the weapons he needs. If Tani can give these weapons to him before Hulk appears, then he doesn't mind fighting with Hulk at close range. Although the vibranium version of the Uchiha round fan can't be the same as the original version, it is made of vibranium anyway, and it won't be a problem to resist Hulk's fist. After returning to the office, Rog turned on the computer and browsed through the information of Banner's girlfriend, Dr. Ross, in detail. No one knows where Banner is now. Even a professional organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know. According to common sense, it is impossible for a physicist to hide himself so quietly. But Banner, a physicist, not only did he do it, but he did it very well. Whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military, they can only wait for Banner to take the initiative to make a mistake and expose his whereabouts. In the matter of looking for Banner, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military have proven that conventional means do not make any sense. So Rog intends to use some unconventional methods, such as starting with Banner's girlfriend, Betty Ross. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military also had plans in this regard. They spent a lot of time monitoring Betty's every move, hoping to get news of Banner from her. But the result was, without exception, nothing was found. Although they couldn't get Banner's whereabouts from Betty, S.H.I.E.L.D. still sent her information together with Betty. Betty Ross, a Ph.D. in cell biology, is currently teaching at Culver University in Virginia. Betty is not only Banner's colleague and girlfriend, but also the daughter of General Ross. Because of the existence of General Ross, Betty did not suffer any unreasonable treatment after Banner's accident. Culver University, where Betty studied, was about 600 to 700 kilometers away from New York. Moreover, Rog did not leave any Thor technique in Virginia. In order to save himself time, and mainly to slack off, he planned to use a more opportunistic method. Bang! With a thought, a shadow doppelganger that looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. Make a trip to Culver University in Virginia, and leave behind the flying Thor spell in the school. After doing all this, you can take the initiative to remove it. Rather than wasting his own time, he might as well waste his doppelganger's time. In any case, the shadow clone avatar wouldn't have any objections. After receiving the order, the shadow clone didn't hesitate and immediately jumped out of the office window. As for how the shadow clone would get there, Rog didn't really care. Driving or taking a plane was fine as long as they could get there. However, not long after his doppelganger left, he received a message that his doppelganger had disappeared. This through the feedback from the shadow clone. He saw a man wearing a Black Panther suit and two black women holding vibranium spears in their hands. The Punisher didn't get rid of Wakanda's people? Rog thought that the Punisher had gotten rid of Wakanda's pursuit, so he was able to return to New York smoothly. But judging from the current situation, the Punisher didn't completely get rid of Wakanda's pursuit. He just got there a little earlier than them. Although Rog took the vibranium ore to Tani's mansion, he only stayed in Tani's mansion for less than 10 minutes. In less than 10 minutes, Wakanda's men had arrived near his office and killed one of his doppelgangers. Judging from the decisiveness of Black Panther and the two black women warriors, they obviously determined the relationship between the Punisher and Rog, so they acted so decisively. To leave such an obvious trail behind, the Punishers did not do a very good job in carrying out their mission this time. After silently complaining in his heart, Rog also came to the window, then jumped out of the window. Since they had come to visit, it would be unreasonable if he didn't go out to greet them. Your Majesty, this guy is not human. After killing Rog's shadow clone through a sneak attack, a black female warrior turned and said to Black Panther behind her. The current Black Panther was not T'Challa, who participated in the Civil War of the Restoration Union in the future, but his father, T'Chaka. Although T'Chaka was in his 50s at this time, because of the heart-shaped grass, he still retained the strength of his middle-aged years and had extraordinary strength and speed. Because of this, he could lead the royal guards to chase the Punisher all the way from Wakanda to New York. The reason why the Punisher could return to New York smoothly under his pursuit was also the result of his deliberate connivance. It was indeed difficult to kill the Punisher with the body of filth, but for Wakanda, who had super-advanced technology, it was not impossible to catch the Punisher before he returned to New York. The reason why the Punisher was allowed to return to New York smoothly and gave the vibranium ore to Rog was purely because T'Chaka wanted to find Ulysses Crow, who had stolen a large amount of vibranium from Wakanda through the Punisher and Rog. But T'Chaka would never have thought that this matter had nothing to do with Ulysses Crow. And the vibranium stolen by the Punisher was also sent to Tani's garage by Rog. The King of Wakanda personally brought the royal guards to my door. This is really my honor. Chapter 61. Rog has always wanted to know what kind of experience it is to hit vibranium with Rasengan. He originally thought that he would have to wait until Tani made the Uchiha round fan to know the answer. But what he didn't expect was that a more suitable target would come to his door. With the panther suit and the body strengthened by the heart-shaped grass, Black Panther T'Chaka was simply the second most suitable test target. As for the most suitable target, of course, it was the next Black Panther T'Chaka. Although he was strengthened by the heart-shaped grass, the current T'Chaka was more than 50 years old, and was not in his peak state. However, Rog didn't particularly care about this. It's good enough to have a test target that comes to his door. Why would he want a bicycle? Although the royal warriors next to T'Chaka wanted to stop Rog, they couldn't keep up with Rog's speed, and could only watch Rog hit T'Chaka with Rasengan. The moment Rasengan touched the panther suit, Rog immediately noticed the difference between vibranium and ordinary metal. The energy was absorbed. Although chakra is a special energy unique to Rog, chakra is also a kind of energy. After Rasengan, which is completely composed of chakra, came into contact with the panther suit, a part of its power was inevitably absorbed. However, this doesn't mean that Rasengan can't hurt T'Chaka inside the panther suit. Vibranium can indeed absorb energy, but there is a limit to the efficiency of vibranium's energy absorption. As long as the absorption efficiency of vibranium is exceeded, then vibranium can only rely on its own hardness to resist the damage. In less than a second, Rog calculated the consumption of chakra. Then he simply increased the output of chakra. After increasing the output of chakra in an instant, the absorption of chakra by the panther suit suddenly became insignificant, and the power of Rasengan began to show on the panther suit. At this time, T'Chaka was still under the control of the Sharingan Genjutsu. He stood motionless in the same place like a puppet, bearing the full damage of the Rasengan. With the protection of the Black Panther armor, although T'Chaka wasn't torn apart by the Rasengan like an ordinary person, the impact of the Rasengan still sent him flying, tumbling back dozens of meters. The severe pain allowed T'Chaka to break free from the influence of the Sharingan Genjutsu. To be precise, it was Rog who stopped the Genjutsu on him. At this time he had no time to do anything. His whole body crashed heavily into the outer wall of a house, blasting a big hole in the outer wall of the house. Although T'Chaka was blown away, Rog knew very well that the Rasengan this time would not cause too much damage to T'Chaka. Rasengan is just a pure chakra ball. It doesn't turn the wind attribute chakra into thin needles like Futon Erasen Shuriken, and directly attack human cells. With the protection of the Black Panther armor, the twisting and tearing force of the Rasengan was reduced by more than half. As for the remaining small part, T'Chaka could rely on his own body to resist it. As Rog expected, within a few seconds T'Chaka came out of the hole in the wall. Except for some dust on his Black Panther armor, T'Chaka didn't look any different from before. However, this was just from the perspective of a bystander. T'Chaka himself knew very well that if it wasn't for the Black Panther armor, made of vibranium protecting him, the Rasengan just now would have been enough to seriously injure him. Even if the armor mitigated most of the damage, the remaining small part of the power almost made him unable to get up. T'Chaka felt like he had just been hit by a speeding train. Moreover, the train was the kind that was rotating at high speed. This guy can break the defense of the armor. Although there was no gap on the Black Panther armor, this thought still emerged in T'Chaka's mind. T'Chaka stayed in place with extreme vigilance, not daring to approach Rog rashly, for fear that he would be hit by the Rasengan again. Even now, T'Chaka still felt a little dizzy, and there were bursts of stabbing pain in his body from time to time. T'Chaka didn't launch an attack, but his two female royal warriors didn't have so many scruples. After seeing T'Chaka come out of the hole in the wall, the two royal warriors raised the vibranium spears in their hands and fiercely stabbed at Rog. Just as the vibranium spears in their hands were about to pierce Rog's body, they felt a cold touch on their necks at the same time. What followed was intense pain and endless darkness. At this time, Rog was still standing in place. After noticing the attack of the two royal warriors, he directly took out two shurikens and casually threw them at them. After Bullseye's selfless teaching, his shuriken throwing technique had now reached an unimaginable level. As long as he wanted, he could make the shurikens accurately shoot at the enemy from any position and angle. After easily getting rid of the two royal warriors, Rog didn't even have the interest to look at their corpses. He directly used blink and disappeared. The moment Rog's figure disappeared, T-Shaka was on full alert, guarding against Rog's attack. But his vigilance had no meaning. When he saw Rog again, Rog was already in front of him, and there was an extra Rasengan in his right hand that was several times bigger than the previous one. Boom! Without having time to do any defense, T-Shaka was once again sent flying by the Rasengan. This time, he not only crashed through a wall, but also went through the whole house and flew out from the other side. He was sent flying again, this time by a Rasengan that was several times bigger. Even with the protection of the Black Panther armor, T-Shaka was still seriously injured, and involuntarily spat a mouthful of blood into the helmet of the armor. Vibranium was indeed very strong, but it didn't mean that it couldn't be destroyed. Since a certain crazy titan in the future could cut Captain America's shield with a double-edged sword, then today Rog could also directly break T-Shaka's Black Panther armor with a Rasengan. Although Rog wasn't the crazy titan, T-Shaka's Black Panther armor wasn't the shield in Captain America's hand. In terms of defensive power, Captain America's shield was much stronger than T-Shaka's Black Panther armor. After being hit by two Rasengan in a row, T-Shaka had no intention of staying. Before he could send a signal, a strange-looking fighter took the initiative to fly over and fired a few shots at Rog. Chapter 62. This kind of fighter was completely different from the normal form, whether it was the appearance or the interior. At first glance, one could tell that it came from Wakanda, a strange country that was both advanced and backward. When this strange fighter just opened fire, Rog used body flicker to move his position, easily avoiding the energy cannon attack of the fighter. When Rog dodged the attack of the fighter, T-Shaka, who had fallen to the ground, jumped up and ran in the direction of the fighter. Want to leave? Not so easy. Although his whereabouts were locked by Wakanda's strange fighter, Rog didn't care about the fighter's attack at all. From locking to firing, he had enough time to change his position. After dodging the energy cannon shot by Wakanda's fighter again, Rog created a shadow clone to pin down Wakanda's fighter, while he used body flicker to appear behind T-Shaka. Without giving T-Shaka any time to react, Rog hit T-Shaka with the third Rasengan. Boom! T-Shaka, who was wearing the Black Panther armor, was once again sent flying. After crashing through several houses in succession, he finally stopped. It wasn't until T-Shaka was sent flying that the fighter pilot discovered that there were two identical Rogs on the ground. Before he could react, Rog's shadow clone launched an attack at the fighter. Water release, water cannon technique. The strange liquid bullet hit the fighter at a speed faster than the speed of sound, leaving a finger-sized hole in the fighter's hull. The fighter's hull wasn't made of vibranium? After discovering this, Rog's shadow clone didn't hesitate, and once again used the water cannon technique. However, this time the liquid bullet didn't cause any damage to the fighter. Although the fighter's hull wasn't made of vibranium, the Wakanda engineers wisely added vibranium to the key parts that could cause serious damage. After all, only by staying alive can you deal damage. After being attacked by the shadow clone twice in a row, the fighter pilot finally reacted and pressed the energy cannon's firing button again. Boom! The energy cannon hit the position of the shadow clone, but it didn't cause any threat to the shadow clone. When the fighter's cannon's muzzle began to shine, the shadow clone used body flicker to leave the place. The energy cannonballs only hit the ground. Although Rog's shadow clone was forced to retreat, the pilot of the fighter jet helplessly discovered that he was now in a situation where he could neither advance nor retreat. In order to pick up King T-Shaka on the ground, the fighter had to maintain a low altitude. Otherwise, T'Chaka would not be able to enter the fighter. However, if they maintained a low altitude, they would be attacked. And what's more troublesome is that from the second the fighter lifted its stealth state, the fighter's signal appeared on the radar of the U.S. military and shield. The U.S. military and shield can't leave the situation here alone. Unsurprisingly, the U.S. military and shield's fighters are now on their way. The longer this dragged on, the worse the situation would become. In desperation, the fighter pilot had no choice but to choose a more extreme solution. Activate all your weapons and forcefully clear the area. Although this would pose a threat to the lives of the surrounding civilians, the fighter pilot couldn't think too much at this time. The surrounding civilians were just a bunch of foreigners to him, while T'Chaka was his king. Sacrificing the lives of these people to save T'Chaka didn't seem wrong to him. Even if he would be severely punished afterwards, he didn't care. Although T'Chaka, who was knocked away, didn't know the fighter pilot's thoughts, he immediately reacted after seeing the weapons loaded on the fighter enter a state of activation. After seeing this scene, T'Chaka did not hesitate and immediately activated the communicator on his battle suit and issued an order to the pilot in the fighter. Stop the attack. Stop the attack immediately. After that, T'Chaka stood up from the ground, took the initiative to take off the Black Panther helmet, and said to Rog not far in front of him, "This is a misunderstanding. I hope we can solve this problem in a peaceful way." After that, T'Chaka silently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Things have developed to the present, and it has completely deviated from his plan. According to his original plan, they should have been able to capture Rog easily, and then get information about Ulysses Crow from Rog's mouth, and finally return to Wakanda with the information and the stolen vibranium. But he didn't expect that Rog actually had power far beyond his imagination. At first, he thought that the Shadow Clone was Rog, so he attacked the Shadow Clone together with the two royal warriors. Although their sneak attack was successful, the Shadow Clone that was attacked also turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Just as they were puzzled, Rog rushed over, and then he was hit by 3 Rasengan. After being hit by the Rasengan 3 times in a row, he also roughly guessed Rog's plan. Rog is conducting some kind of test on him. It may be to test the power of the light blue energy ball, or it may be to test the defensive ability of the Black Panther battlesuit. But no matter what the test is, it means that Rog has no intention to kill him. As soon as he figured this out, he saw all the weapons on the fighter enter a state of activation. So he had to take the initiative to take off his helmet and admit defeat, to prevent things from developing in a worse direction. After glancing at T'Chaka, Rog first dispelled the Shadow Clone, and then said, "Tell me, how do you plan to solve this misunderstanding peacefully? Can we talk somewhere else?" T'Chaka pointed to the surrounding onlookers. Although the battle between them caused a lot of noise, what really attracted these onlookers was not the battle between them, but the strange-looking Wakanda fighter in the air. How can 2 people fighting be more attractive than a UFO? Moreover, these people couldn't see the battle between Rog and T'Chaka at all. They could only see a loud bang, the wall broke, and people fell down. "Fly the fighter out of here. Without my order, you are not allowed to remove the stealth state." After giving the order to the fighter pilot, T'Chaka returned to the office with Rog. "Okay, now can we talk about your so-called peaceful solution?" Leaning back in the chair, Rog said casually, "In order to express my apologies, I will give you a compensation. The specific content of the compensation is up to you. As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you." As Rog expected, T'Chaka's so-called peaceful solution is to spend money to eliminate the disaster. As the king of a country, T'Chaka has enough confidence to say such words. However, he obviously underestimated Rog. "Is that so? Then I want a heart-shaped grass." Chapter 63. T'Chaka was prepared for Rog to demand an exorbitant price, but after hearing Rog's words, he realized that he had underestimated Rog. Heart-shaped grass was a mystical plant that only the king of Wakanda or his successor had the right to consume. For Wakanda, the heart-shaped grass not only ensured the existence of the king's power, but also symbolized the king's legitimacy. I will never give you the heart-shaped grass. Change it to something else. Taishaka tried his best to control his emotions. He kept telling himself in his heart that he must not get angry. He must not get angry. Looks like the king of Wakanda isn't trustworthy. He just made a promise and now he's going back on his word. Wakanda isn't good enough. They haven't kept up with the education of integrity. Before he made the request, Rog was very clear that Taishaka would never give him the heart-shaped grass. The reason he purposely made such a request was to suppress Taishaka's arrogance. So what if you are the king of Wakanda? So what if you have the extremely rare vibranium? In front of me, you'd better put down your so-called arrogance. To be humiliated in front of his face by someone who was much younger than him. This was undoubtedly something that was harder to accept than defeat for Taishaka. Even so, Taishaka still tried his best to control his emotions, preventing himself from doing something he shouldn't do in a moment of impulse. Before you make a promise, it's best to confirm if you can keep it. Otherwise, the more handsome you are when you make a promise, the more humiliating it will be when you can't keep it. Rog ignored Taishaka's darkening expression. From his point of view, Taishaka's expression had always been like this. I didn't think it through enough. I wonder if you can change your request now? Since he had already been humiliated to such an extent, Taishaka didn't care about losing his dignity anymore. He used a soft tone to ask quietly. This is the attitude to resolve a misunderstanding peacefully. Since you are so sincere, I won't make things difficult for you. Give me 10 tons of vibranium, and the research you guys have done on how to use vibranium, and I'll pretend this never happened. Hearing Rog's request, Taishaka finally breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with the extremely limited amount of heart-shaped grass, the mountainous amount of vibranium was obviously much cheaper. As for the information about vibranium, although it was precious, it was just a piece of information compared to the heart-shaped grass. No problem. I will send someone to deliver the vibranium within a week. After reaching a consensus, Taishaka left the firm and disappeared from the top floor of the firm like a real Black Panther. The Punishers spent more than half a month to snatch a few dozen kilograms of vibranium from Wakanda. In the end, Rog spent less than 10 minutes to obtain 10 tons of vibranium from Wakanda's King T'Chaka. Sometimes, life was full of surprises. After T'Chaka left, Rog once again summoned his shadow doppelganger and assigned it the same task. After doing all this, he returned home with the Flying Thunder God, turned on the PS4, and played the blacksmithing game where hesitation will lead to defeat. 4 or 5 hours later he glanced at the annoying red word danger on the screen and sighed helplessly. He was about to successfully clear the level and defeat the final boss with the name of Blademaster. However, at that moment he received the feedback that his shadow doppelganger was removed. In that moment of distraction he saw the word danger that he had seen countless times. Putting down the game controller in his hand, Rog returned to the firm with the Flying Thunder God, ready to go to Culver University with kunai and shuriken. Just as he was about to leave, his cell phone on the table suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that it was a call from Tani. It can't be that fast, right? It had only been 5 hours since he gave the vibranium to Tani. You need to come over right now. After that, Tani hung up the phone. In the short 2 or 3 seconds of the call, Rog heard some strange sounds from the background of the call. Without any hesitation he immediately used the Flying Thunder God and teleported to Tani's garage. As soon as his figure appeared in the garage, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck him. Boom! The light blue lightning instantly passed through his position and hit the wall behind him, leaving a very obvious big hole in the wall. Before he could figure out what happened, the second and third lightning came in front of him. The speed of these 2 lightning bolts was not slow, but the flying Thor was faster. Rog's figure disappeared again, and the 2 lightning bolts missed again, leaving 2 obvious holes in the garage wall. After returning to the garage through the flying Thor, he was much more careful. He avoided the lightning bolts everywhere and came to Tani's side. What the hell did you do? The thing that is crazily releasing lightning is not something else. It is the vibranium Uchiha round fan that Rog asked Tani to make. I fused the vibranium ore you brought with an antique spear I bought at an auction in Norway, and added some other metals, and then it became what it is now. When he heard the word Norway, Rog instinctively noticed that something was wrong. In the normal world, Norway is an ordinary Nordic country, but if some other unnatural factors are considered, Norway is a country with rich heritage. Speaking of it, it's not a very special thing, it's just that the Asgard people prefer Norway. The Nordic mythology originated from Norway, and to some extent, it can be basically equivalent to the biography of the Asgard people. Are you kidding me? Even if Tani added some strange things to it, it is absolutely impossible to cause this situation. The vibranium Uchiha round fan is now crazily releasing lightning. This is definitely not a normal phenomenon after several materials have been fused together. In order to test whether this thing has the function of storing and releasing energy as you said, I charged it with an arc reactor. After saying that, Tani pointed to a workbench not far away. On the workbench, there are more than 20 small arc reactors that are no longer emitting light. At this time, although Tani is hiding in the Mark III, Rog is very sure that this guy is definitely hiding something. But this is not the main point. The main point now is how to deal with the vibranium Uchiha round fan. Chapter 64. According to Tani, the reason why the vibrating golden round fan could discharge electricity was because he used the arc reactor to charge the round fan. Although this was a bit too much, in any case the energy in the round fan was limited. This also meant that even if they did nothing, the energy in the round fan would completely disappear due to the passage of time. However, how long would this take? Rog and Tani couldn't be sure. The only thing they could be sure of now was that if the round fan continued to discharge electricity, it wouldn't be long before Tani's mansion would become a pile of ruins. After thinking quickly for a few seconds, Rog quickly made a decision. Throw the round fan into the sea. Rog immediately summoned 4 shadow clones and assigned them different tasks. One of the shadow clones immediately went to the sea outside, and the other 3 thought of a way to approach and take the round fan. As long as one of the 3 shadow clones could touch the round fan, then the shadow clones could directly take the round fan through the flying Thor. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. The 3 shadow clones responsible for taking the round fan had just taken a few steps when they were struck by lightning and turned into smoke. After the 3 shadow doppelgangers disappeared, Rog used shadow doppelganger again and summoned 8 more shadow doppelgangers. The result this time was slightly better than before. The shadow clone with the best result was less than 3 meters away from the round fan. After repeated attempts, a shadow clone that used blink and thousand bird flow finally arrived in front of the round fan and put its right hand on the round fan. Just as the shadow clone's right hand touched the circular fan, the intense electric current released by the circular fan penetrated his body, turning him into a cloud of smoke. The moment before it turned into smoke, the shadow clone used its last thought to leave the flying Thor on the round fan. After leaving the flying Thor on the round fan, the next step was much simpler. The electric fan was successfully taken away by the shadow clone, and Tani's garage finally returned to normal. Just as Tony heaved a sigh of relief, a violent explosion like that of a nuclear bomb rang out in the sea several kilometers away. Boom. Although the location of the explosion was in the sea several kilometers away, Tani and Rog in the garage could still clearly feel the earthquake-like vibration. A few seconds later, the tremors disappeared, and everything returned to normal. If there's a next time, I hope you can start with the smallest amount of testing. There was no problem in testing the energy absorption level of the circular fan. However, directly using 25 arc reactors to conduct the test was very problematic. This was not something Tani would do. More than 10 minutes later, a drenched shadow clone brought the fan back to the garage. In order to find the round fan that had fallen into the sea as soon as possible, and most likely had its location changed due to the explosion, Rog sent out 20 shadow doppelgangers. The drenched doppelganger turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared after he handed over the circular fan that was still releasing weak electric currents to Rog. Only then did Tani ask Rog, "Your ability is very special. After I lost to you last time, I carefully reviewed everything at that time, including all the data collected at that time. But all the information collected shows that you are no different from the puppets that turn into smoke and disappear. How did you do this? Rog was not surprised that Tani would ask this kind of question. After all, from the beginning, he used the shadow clone again and again in front of Tani. You can think of this as my superpower. As for how I did it, it will be very complicated to explain. After saying this, Rog stopped and did not continue. After seeing that Rog did not intend to continue, Tani did not continue to ask and change the topic. Although this thing is not what I planned, according to the performance just now, this thing should meet your requirements. After saying that, Tani took out a suitcase and opened it in front of Rog. Inside the suitcase, there were 10 flying Thor kunai made of vibranium, and a straight katana more than 1 meter long. Plus these, I have done what you asked me to do. Rog did not look at the 10 flying Thor kunai, but picked up the straight katana. From the appearance alone, this katana is exactly the same as Uchiha Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. Under Tani's gaze, Rog's right hand holding the katana appeared with a light blue chakra visible to the naked eye. A few seconds later, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although he doesn't know how Tani did it, the katana in his hand completely meets his requirements, and it can even be said that it gave him a big surprise. After Tani fused with the antique spear he bought from Norway, it has excellent energy absorption and release performance. His chakra can flow through every inch of the katana without any influence, and it can also greatly enhance the sharpness of the katana. This katana is simply tailor-made for chakra. I am very satisfied with this. When do you want me to fulfill my promise? After hearing Rog's words, Tani said directly without thinking. Now the location is still outside. He is still wearing Mark III, and after he finished speaking, he took the lead and flew out, waiting for Rog's arrival. In order to let Tani build a weapon, Rog agreed to his request. Fight again. This is the condition Tani gave. Rog was happy to accept Tani's request. When Tani, wearing Mark III, left the garage, Rog's figure also disappeared from the garage. A minute later, he returned to the garage with a wet Tani. Keep up the good work. I believe you will be able to develop a better battle suit next time. After comforting Tani, Rog returned to the office with the round fan that was still releasing a weak current, and the suitcase containing the katana and Thor kunai. After the last failure, Tani readjusted the armor of the battlesuit, making the battlesuit more resistant to penetration. But what he didn't expect was that Rog's tactics this time were completely different from the last time. It was still a strange appearance. Tani only saw Rog hit a light blue ball on the chest of the battlesuit, and then nothing happened. The battlesuit lost power and fell into the sea. If Rog hadn't fished him out later, he would have been sleeping at the bottom of the sea. After returning to the office, Rog put the suitcase and the round fan on the table, and a question came to his mind. What should he name this round fan and samurai sword? Chapter 65. If a sword looks like a Kusanagi sword, its sharpness is also like a Kusanagi sword, and it can also cast Chidori blade like a Kusanagi sword. Then there is no problem in calling it a Kusanagi sword. Rog quickly chose a name for the vibranium samurai sword. Since the vibranium samurai sword is called Kusanagi sword, then the name of the vibranium fan is also obvious. The Uchiha round fan, also known as the flame fan, symbolizes the proficiency of the Uchiha clan in using fire release ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan's round fan emblem also came from this. Compared to fire release, Rog is better at lightning release. At this time, he only knows one fire release, which is the grand fire annihilation that he exchanged from the system. As for lightning release ninjutsu, he has mastered 3, namely Chidori, Chidori Egi, and Chidori Stream. And after having the Kusanagi sword made by Tani, he will soon master another lightning release ninjutsu, Chidori Blade. So he decided to change the flame fan that symbolizes the Uchiha clan's fire release ninjutsu to Thunder Fan, that is more suitable for himself. The name Thunder Fan is also to commemorate another classic anime he once watched before crossing over. Thunder Fan and Kusanagi sword will be his main weapons for a long time if nothing unexpected happens. As for the Flying Thor kunai, it will be used for teleportation positioning and cleaning up the trash as before. Rog planned to go to Culver University in Virginia today to meet Dr. Banner's girlfriend, Dr. Betty Ross. But Tawny's super high efficiency disrupted his plan, so he decided to let his only subordinate go to Culver University instead of him. After creating a shadow clone, Rog returned home with the Kusanagi sword and Thunder Fan, intending to practice the Chidori blade that he has been thinking about for a long time. With the experience of self-learning Chidori Agi and Chidori Stream, self-learning Chidori blade is not a difficult thing for him. After Rog returned home, the shadow clone directly came to him through the Flying Thor jutsu on the Punisher, and at the same time told the Punisher about the plan. The Punisher had no objection to Rog's arrangement. Although just a few hours ago, Rog let him have a good rest. But with his Edo body he doesn't feel tired at all, so the word has no meaning to him. A few minutes later, the shadow clone left New York with the readied Punisher, and teleported to Culver University in Virginia. After completing the shadow clone actively disappears into smoke and disappeared in front of the Punisher. 3 days passed in a flash. In these 3 days, Roger successfully learned Chidori Blade and mastered the ninjutsu that he wanted for a long time. At the same time, he spent 20 ninja coins to exchange for summoning jutsu from the system. Summoning jutsu is summoning without technique. Summoning with technique requires a blood contract between the caster and the summoning creature. And then when needed, the caster can summon the summoning creature with summoning technique. The key to summoning with technique lies in the blood contract, so blood must be used as a medium. That's why when summoning a summoning creature, you usually need to bite your finger. Of course, if you don't bite your finger, you can also use blood from other places. This is purely a personal choice. Compared with summoning with technique, summoning without technique is much simpler. Summoning without technique is usually used to summon some ninja tools or other items. For example, first Hokage's Rashomon and various ninja tools. When exchanging summoning technique, the system also gave a blood contract scroll to Rog. After exchanging summoning technique, Rog went to Tawny's mansion, and threw his Mark III and other Kung Fu figurines into the summoning scroll that he had prepared beforehand. Then he threw in Kusanagi sword, Thunder Round Fan, Flying Thor kunai, shuriken and other ninja tools. Although Kusanagi sword and Thunder Round Fan look very handsome, if he carries them with him, he will still look Chinibu. So if it's not necessary, he won't carry Kusanagi sword and Thunder Round Fan with him. After returning to the office, Erika handed a box to Rog. Inside the box is a white mask and a black robe. This is the mask and robe that Rog took time to come back to the office 3 days ago, and then arrange for Erika to customize. The shape of the mask is basically the same as Obito's 3-tomo white mask. The only difference is that the tomo on the top of the mask is complete, and there is no hole. And the black robe is exactly the same as the Akatsuki's black cloud robe. 3-tomo mask, black cloud robe, Kusanagi sword and Thunder Round Fan. This is the fighting image that Rog created for himself in the future. After throwing the 3-tomo mask and the black cloud robe into the summon scroll, his figure disappeared from the office and came to Culver University where Banner's girlfriend, Dr. Ross, was studying. At this time, Culver University was not as calm as a normal university should be. Police and soldiers were everywhere on the campus. Rog was not surprised by this strange scene, because all of this was arranged by him. 3 days ago, he arranged a new task for Punisher through his shadow clone. Kidnap Betty Ross and blow up all the laboratories that Banner used, and do it as high profile as possible. The Punisher kidnapped Dr. Ross, who was in class, in front of everyone in a high-profile way, and then installed a time bomb in the laboratory used by Banner. Not only that, after the kidnapping and explosion, he also contacted the local news media and several large domestic media outlets, and provoked the local police and the FBI. Then the scene before his eyes happened. The local police and the FBI agents rushed to Culver University as soon as possible. As for the UA troops that appeared on the campus, they were sent by General Ross. Originally, this kind of thing was not suitable for the military to intervene. Even if Dr. Ross was General Ross' daughter, it was not convenient for him to send people over. However, the Punisher gave General Ross a very good reason to intervene. The next day, after provoking the local police and the FBI, the Punisher contacted the media again and gave them a video recording at the same time. In the video, Dr. Ross was normal. She was neither panicked nor haggard, and she talked about the days when she and Banner carried out research together in a very calm tone. The research that Dr. Ross talked about was the secret biotechnological strength enhancement experiment that General Ross was conducting. This video was specially ordered by Rog. He wanted to use this video to fish out Bruce Banner, who was hiding somewhere. For example, the weapons and transportation needed during the operation, the hiding place needed after the operation, and so on. He was fully prepared. His current location is less than a kilometer away from Dr. Ross' house, and he has investigated that the owner of this house happened to go on a trip with his family some time ago, so no one will appear here for a while. After bringing Dr. Ross here, he did not place any restrictions on Dr. Ross except for restricting her from leaving here and contacting the outside world. He even ordered pizzas from Dr. Roth's favorite pizzeria several times. In terms of his identity as a kidnapper, he is definitely one of the top 10 kidnappers of the year. When Rog arrived, the Punisher stood up, left the living room, and returned to the room. Dr. Ross was watching the latest news reports, and the sudden appearance of Rog scared her. But she quickly calmed down and looked at Rog calmly. "Are you the one who instructed Frank to kidnap me?" In the past 3 days, Dr. Ross has been getting along well with the Punisher, so she knows what the Punisher is called, and even knows why the Punisher looks different from ordinary people. However, the Punisher knows very well what can be said and what can't about Rog's identity and the true purpose of this mission. "Yes, I'm the one who asked Frank to kidnap you." After that, Rog sat down opposite Dr. Ross and picked up a piece of pizza at the same time. After eating a few bites, he continued, "Although it's cliché, I think it's still necessary to say something. I don't mean any harm to you. I just want your boyfriend, Banner, to appear so you don't have to worry about your life. As long as Banner appears, you can go back. It has to be said that the pizza in this shop is really good. No wonder Betty Ross and Bruce Banner like it." Banner? Banner. When the accident happened, Dr. Ross was injured and unconscious. Since that day, she has never seen Banner again, nor has she received any information from Banner. He should still be alive now, I just don't know where he is. At this time, Banner had just finished a day's work. He returned to his place of residence and prepared an ordinary dinner for himself. Then he picked up a thick Portuguese-English dictionary, intending to eat his dinner while learning Portuguese, the official language of Brazil. Just as he turned on the TV and was about to learn Portuguese from the TV program, he accidentally saw a piece of news while changing channels. Although he still doesn't understand Portuguese, and the picture on the TV is not particularly clear, he still recognized the person on the TV at a glance. This is an international channel that occasionally broadcasts some foreign news, such as American news. He recognized the person in the news report, the woman whose photo he still kept even when he was on the run. After seeing this scene, he immediately turned on his computer and began to search for relevant news information. When he searched for relevant news reports, the bracelet in his hand made a harsh alarm sound. His heartbeat rate began to rise rapidly, and his breathing became more and more rapid. Just as the blood vessels on his neck bulged and revealed an abnormal green color, he finally reacted. He quickly breathed in and out, gradually calming his heartbeat. After his heartbeat returned to its normal frequency, he turned off the computer and began to pack his luggage. After more than a year on the run, he decided to return to the United States. Chapter 67. If he can't even protect the woman he likes, then what kind of man is he? Although Banner is a cultured person, he is definitely not a cultured person. He had been on the run before because he wanted to study a way to turn himself back into a normal person, not because he was afraid of General Ross. After briefly sorting out his belongings, Banner pushed open the door and left without looking back. After talking to Dr. Ross, Rog returned to his home in New York with the Flying Thunder God, turned on the PS4 again, and continued his blacksmith game. Before leaving, he left a shadow clone for Punisher and asked the shadow clone to assist Punisher and prevent them from being found by the FBA or S.H.I.E.L.D. For days passed in the blink of an eye. When Roger finally cleared the level of the blacksmithing game, he received a notification that his shadow clone skill had been removed. After receiving the feedback, he didn't hesitate to put on a black robe, put on a 3-tomo mask, and took the Kusanagi sword and the Thunder Round fan. Then, he directly used the Flying Thunder God and teleported to Culver University in Virginia. When he arrived here, the first thing he saw was the angry Hulk with green skin. After 4 days of travel, Banner finally returned to this place that he was once very familiar with. But as soon as he appeared, a heavily armed army rushed out of the school and completely surrounded him. This army was specially arranged by General Ross, and there was only one purpose, that is, to capture Banner. Under the command of General Ross, the desperate Banner could only transform into Hulk and fight a head-on battle with these heavily armed soldiers. Then it was a one-sided ravage. Although General Ross had made sufficient preparations and had even formed a special forces team with rich experience, he was still not prepared. But under the huge gap in strength, all his preparations seemed meaningless. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D., who was hidden in the dark, suddenly intervening in the battle, Hulk would have been nowhere to be found. Even so, Hulk still showed unparalleled tyrannical power, defeating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s special forces. The current Culver University was not so much a university as a battlefield. It was a battlefield where the human army fought against non-human monsters. After arriving here, Rog first sized up the surrounding environment, then slowly walked towards Hulk, who was not far away. At this time, Hulk was attacking S.H.I.E.L.D.'s special forces like a beast. When he saw Rog wearing a black magic cloud robe and holding a thunder fan coming towards him, he decisively changed his target. General Ross was the first to discover Rog, because his position just happened to be near the flying Thor. Looking at the strangely dressed Rog who suddenly appeared like a ghost, General Ross's first reaction was that this person was Hulk's helper. However, this thought was quickly overturned by himself because he saw an eagerness to fight from Rog. General Ross, who has been in the army for decades, knows what this fighting spirit means. So he silently put away the weapon in his hand, and then watched Rog walk towards Hulk. The distance of dozens of meters was almost in the blink of an eye for Hulk, who was running at full speed. When Hulk rushed to Rog like an ancient beast and punched him with all his strength, Rog raised the thunder fan in his hand and blocked it in front of him. Hulk's fist slammed into the thunder fan in Rog's hand. Just when everyone thought that Roger would be sent flying by Hulk's punch, they saw a scene that they didn't expect at all. Rog, who was holding the thunder fan, was not sent flying. The thunder fan in his hand was not broken, and there was not even a loud impact. Hulk's punch seemed to have hit cotton, and it didn't have any effect at all. Only Rog himself knew that Hulk's punch still had some effect. The thunderous round fan didn't let him down. It blocked Hulk's punch without any injury, but the huge force still made him take a few steps back. If he hadn't mobilized chakra in time to enhance his strength, Hulk's punch would have been enough to push him 5 or 6 meters away. Looking at the somewhat unreasonable scene in front of them, General Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents were shocked. They may not know how powerful Hulk is, but they are sure that Hulk's power is definitely not something that humans can resist. Hulk is someone who can even throw a military Hummer like a toy ball. Even if he doesn't use his full strength, his punch is enough to destroy anything in front of him. Although it was unbelievable, they had to admit that this strange guy with a white mask and a black robe did block Hulk's punch. If my men also have this kind of power, then thinking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s captain and General Ross involuntarily looked at each other and regarded Rog as someone on the other side. After confirming that the thunder fan could block Hulk's punch, Rog under the mask showed a satisfied smile. After finding that his fist did not cause any damage to Rog, Hulk threw a few more punches at Rog, trying to knock down the guy in strange clothes in front of him. Although Hulk's attack speed is very fast, Rog's reaction speed is even faster. Every punch that Hulk threw out was blocked by the thunderous fan. While resisting Hulk's attack, Rog also took the time to throw a few fixed body technique on Hulk. Just as Hulk's attack did not exert the power it should have, the fixed body technique that Rog threw out was no exception, and all of them failed. To be precise, it is not that it has failed. It is that Hulk's physical fitness is too abnormal, causing the effect of the fixed body technique to be infinitely close to zero. In this case, it is completely impossible to use quantity to make up for quality. After realizing that the fixed body technique had no effect at all, Rog did not hesitate, and threw a dark walk technique on Hulk, trying to deprive Hulk of his vision. Like the fixed body technique, the dark walk technique did not have any effect at all. When the physical fitness is strengthened to a certain extent, it is enough to offset most of the negative effects. After blocking Hulk's punches, Rog used the body flicker technique to open the distance, then put away the thunder fan and pulled out the Kusanagi sword. Since the auxiliary ninjutsu didn't work, he directly used the offensive ninjutsu. With a thought, a light blue lightning visible to the naked eye appeared on the Kusanagi sword, right under Chidori blade. Chapter 68. The light blue lightning wrapped around the Kusanagi sword like an electric snake, and at the same time, it sounded like 1,000 birds chirping. The chirping sound made Hulk, who was already in a state of anger, even more irritable. Looking at the Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand that was constantly chirping, Hulk let out an inhuman roar, and then rushed towards him. Although speed is not Hulk's strength, it also depends on what he's compared to. Compared to his own strength and physique, his speed is indeed not fast. But to the others, Hulk was like a heavy truck driving at the speed of an F1 car. In just a blink of an eye, Hulk arrived in front of Rog, and his huge right fist smashed towards Rog. In terms of strength and physique, Rog is far inferior to Hulk. But in terms of speed, Rog has never been afraid of anyone. Just as Hulk's right fist was about to hit him, his eyes suddenly changed from black to a bloody red. 3 Tomo Sharingan. After opening the Sharingan, he moved. Almost like teleportation, Rog's figure disappeared in an instant in front of Hulk. At the same time, Hulk's right arm felt a very obvious numbness. This feeling of numbness that could completely paralyze an ordinary person only lasted for a few milliseconds on Hulk's body before it completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Then, after the numbness disappeared, Hulk still felt a trace of pain from his right arm. At this time, although Hulk didn't have much rationality, his biological instinct still made him turn his head and look at his right arm. On his right arm, which is thicker than an adult man's waist, there is a wound of more than 10 centimeters. Although this wound is more than 10 centimeters long, it's not deep, and it didn't have a significant impact on Hulk's right arm. The person who left this wound is not someone else, but Rog, who just disappeared in front of him. Although the Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand is not the original Kusanagi sword from the system, its sharpness is not much worse than the real Kusanagi sword. When he taught himself Chidori blade, he tested the sharpness of Kusanagi sword in order to compare it with Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade. Even without the Chidori blade, the Kusanagi sword in his hand can easily cut a metal rod with a diameter of 3 centimeters without any damage. With the addition of Chidori edge, the sharpness of the Kusanagi sword has undergone a qualitative change. Needless to say, even the flying Thor kunai made entirely of vibranium couldn't resist the Kusanagi sword with Chidori edge. With just 2 strikes, the flying Thor kunai made of vibranium would be completely cut into 2. However, even with such astonishing sharpness, the Kusanagi sword, Chidori edge still seemed somewhat powerless against Hulk. That sword strike just now, Rog did not hold back at all. However, the result was not as good as he had imagined. Whether it was the length or the depth of the wound, this sword did not bring any obvious harm to Hulk. More than 10 centimeters long and 2 or 3 centimeters deep, this kind of wound may be a serious injury for ordinary people. But for the 3 or 4 meters tall, strong and messy Hulk, this kind of injury was only a little more serious than a broken skin. Rog was very dissatisfied with his own attack, and General Ross and others who were observing them with binoculars in the distance couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They used enough weapons and equipment to fight a siege of a city, but they couldn't leave any obvious scars on Hulk's body. But now they saw an obvious wound on Hulk's body. Although they didn't see how Rog launched the attack, they were 100% sure that the wound on Hulk's right arm was caused by the katana in Rog's hand that was wrapped in electric current and constantly making chirping sounds. What's wrong with this world? The damage of firearms is actually not as good as cold weapons. Is this still the world that pays attention to scientific rules? Can this world still be good? Just as General Ross and others looked at Rog and Hulk in the distance in disbelief, Bronsky, who was next to General Ross, showed an extremely strong desire in his eyes. This kind of power, this kind of form, this is simply the most perfect creature in the world. If it wasn't for the serious danger of getting close to Hulk, Bronsky really wanted to touch Hulk's body with his own hands and feel the power contained in that perfect body. While General Ross and others were shocked, Rog launched an attack on Hulk. Although Kusanagi sword Chidori blade can't cause significant damage to Hulk, it is not weak to the point that it can't hurt Hulk at all. Even if it can only cut a wound of more than 10 centimeters, as long as he continues to cut, it will eventually reach the point where Hulk's muscles and bones are hurt. After discovering that he was injured, Hulk, who was already angry, became even angrier, and his fists smashed towards Rog without any pattern. Hulk's attack seems to be very powerful, but this kind of attack is full of loopholes. Rog can dodge it even with his eyes closed. However, at this time he did not directly get out of Hulk's attack range, but his legs slightly pushed, and he jumped directly in front of Hulk. Hulk didn't know why Rog did this, but when he saw Rog jump in front of him, a cruel smile appeared on his big green face. I'm going to skin this guy alive. This is Hulk's own idea. If it was Banner, even if his right arm was injured by Rog, he wouldn't have such a cruel idea. To some extent, Banner and Hulk are like two sides of the same coin. Hulk is impulsive and irritable, while Banner is calm. Hulk is good at solving problems with force, while Banner is good at solving problems with wisdom. Just as Hulk was about to use the cruelest method to kill this guy in front of him, who had made him feel an inexplicable sense of disgust ever since he appeared, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes with 3 Tomo Sharingan Genjutsu. Rog originally didn't intend to use Sharingan Genjutsu, but Hulk's ability to take a beating far exceeded his expectations, so he had to use Sharingan Genjutsu as a backup plan. Just now he had already used Genjutsu, Dark Walk Jutsu on Hulk, but Hulk ignored the influence of Dark Walk Jutsu with his incredible body. Although Dark Walk Jutsu doesn't work on Hulk, this doesn't mean that Hulk can completely ignore the influence of Genjutsu. Moreover, what Rog used this time is not an ordinary Genjutsu, but a Genjutsu that originated from Sharingan. Anger is the source of Hulk's strength, but anger can also become a heavy burden that overwhelms Hulk. Chapter 69. Although he has the Sharingan, Rog rarely uses the Sharingan's Genjutsu in battle. Compared with Genjutsu, he prefers and is better at Ninjutsu. The last time he used the Sharingan's Genjutsu was when he fought with Mr. Film. That was the first time he used the Genjutsu ability of Sharingan in battle. Although it was the first time, the Genjutsu ability of Sharingan still gave him a big surprise. Through the hypnotic eye ability of the Sharingan, Kuroto pulled Mr. Film into a fictitious memory, and then without Mr. Film noticing, Kuroto easily dealt with this enemy who can release negative energy. Although Mr. Film is also a superhuman, he can't be compared with Hulk at all. So Rog doesn't intend to use the same tactics on Hulk. Facing a typical berserker like Hulk, and a berserker who is more powerful the more angry he is, he decided to do the opposite, making Hulk, who was already furious, even angrier. After seeing Rog's blood-red eyes, the manic Hulk suddenly calmed down, as if he saw something magical enough to calm him down completely. However, this calmness only lasted for a second or two before it shattered. Hulk became agitated once again, and a strange blood-like red color appeared in his pair of green eyes. How can you make a person feel real despair? The method is very simple. Give him hope first, and when he thinks he is about to achieve his hope, break his hope with your own hands. and let him fall directly from the edge of achieving hope to the bottom of despair. In this way, what he feels is the ultimate despair of falling directly from heaven to hell. The same method can also make a person feel extreme anger. What Rog is doing now is such a thing. While hypnotizing Hulk, he tried to see if he could make Hulk calm down directly, so that Banner could regain control of his body. But unfortunately, Hulk is extremely resistant to returning to calmness. So Rog had to follow the original plan, making Hulk, who was already angry, even angrier. Hulk became angrier, and Hulk became stronger. Taking advantage of the fact that Hulk had yet to launch an attack, Rog took the opportunity to leave a Flying Thunder God technique on him. When he was done, Hulk erupted like a volcano. Hulk let out a roar that didn't sound human at all. Then, like an angry gorilla, he waved his arms angrily. At this time, Hulk had completely lost his mind. Now he was only left with pure attack instinct and boundless anger that filled his mind. Even General Ross and the others, who were more than 100 meters away, reacted immediately after seeing Hulk's appearance. Hulk had gone completely crazy. Without the slightest hesitation, after seeing that Hulk had completely lost his mind, General Ross decisively gave the order to retreat. Anyway, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent with the strange mask was still there. Even if they retreated, it wouldn't have any impact. Like General Ross, the captain of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Forces issued the order to retreat immediately after seeing Hulk's complete madness. Why are you retreating? When General Ross and the captain of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Forces saw that the other side was retreating quickly, they had the same doubts in their minds. Until now, they still thought that Rog was the other side's man. After leaving the Flying Thor technique on Hulk, Rog used several body flicker techniques in a row, instantly opening the distance between him and Hulk. At this time, Hulk was completely dominated by anger, but his instincts kept reminding him that Rog was the most dangerous target that needed to be solved. Almost at the moment when Rog's figure became clear, Hulk rushed towards him at a speed far greater than before. If Hulk's previous sprint speed was the speed of an F1 car, then his current sprint speed was the extreme flight speed of an F-22 Raptor. Although Hulk showed a speed far greater than before, when he came in front of Rog once again disappeared from his sight. Flying Thor technique. What Rog used this time was not the body flicker technique, but the Flying Thor. The reason why he left the Flying Thor technique on Hulk just now was for this moment. Through the Flying Thor, he teleported behind Hulk. And the position of the teleportation was just above the back of Hulk's head. At the moment of completing the teleportation, a Rasengan about 1 meter in diameter appeared in his right hand. Without any hesitation, he hit the Rasengan on his right hand directly on Hulk's head. Boom! A loud sound like the explosion of an intercontinental missile rang out, and at the same time, a wave of air like a 12th-level hurricane was set off. The retreating U.S. military and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were attracted by the loud sound, and couldn't help but look back at the place where the sound came from. Then they saw an incredible scene. Hulk, who was like a god of war in front of them, was knocked down to the ground heavily. With the location where Hulk fell as the center, the ground dozens of meters around him had huge cracks like a spider web. After knocking down Hulk, Rog came to Hulk again, and then took Hulk away in front of everyone's eyes. Although General Ross and the others had witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they had no idea what was going on. They only saw Rog put his right hand on Hulk's body, and then the two of them disappeared strangely out of thin air, as if they had never appeared. After knocking down Hulk for a short time, Rog took Hulk to Death Valley, which was like an alien environment. Although Death Valley is a famous geographical attraction in the United States, there are not many people here all year round. Even those tourists who come here to visit, at most only visit the edge of Death Valley. The people who really go deep into the center of Death Valley, in addition to the researchers who study the environment of Death Valley, are only those who need to stay away from human society. This is the second time Rog has come here. The last time he came here was more than 2 years ago. At that time, he accepted a $10,000 commission and spent nearly a week traveling through several states before he finally found the target he was looking for. The target was a middle-aged man who looked very simple and honest, but this man was a serial killer who had killed more than a dozen young women. The person who commissioned him was the parents of one of the victims. Roger didn't know where the couple had heard the news, but they had specially come to his office. Then they had entrusted him with $10,000 as the commission fee. The commission passed the judgment, so he accepted the commission. After killing the perverted murderer, who had been committing crimes for nearly 10 years, he brought the pervert's head back to the couple as agreed. Chapter 70. When he came here again, Rog couldn't help but recall the scene at that time. At that time he was still a young boy. After lying on the ground for a few seconds, Hulk, who was knocked down by the Rasengan, shook his head and stood up in a daze. Until now, Hulk didn't know what had just happened. In order to knock down Hulk, who had an incredible physique, Rog deliberately used the Odama Rasengan that he hadn't fully mastered. Although the Odama Rasengan looks only a little bigger than the Rasengan, the difficulty of controlling it rises sharply, and the requirements for the amount of chakra are also several times higher. Hulk was the first person to bear the power of the Odama Rasengan, and the only one at present. Hulk, who stood up again, shook his head first, and after getting rid of the feeling of dizziness, he looked at the surrounding environment. Looking at the completely unfamiliar environment, Hulk, who was dominated by anger, showed a puzzled expression. Then he saw Rog wearing a white three-tomo mask. The moment he saw Rog, Hulk's heart suddenly surged with uncontrollable boundless anger. Without any hesitation, Hulk immediately attacked Rog. When Hulk's right fist, which was bigger than an ordinary person's head, came towards him, Rog's right hand once again condensed the Rasengan. Unlike the Odama Rasengan just now, he condensed an ordinary Rasengan, but it was about the same size as Hulk's fist. Boom. When Hulk's right fist collided with the Rasengan in Rog's hand, a violent storm of chakra suddenly broke out. Hulk's right fist broke the Rasengan in Rog's hand, but his right fist also completely bore the full power of the Rasengan. An unimaginably powerful force instantly enveloped Hulk's entire right arm, constantly twisting and tearing his right arm. If it was an ordinary person, the moment they were enveloped by this force, the whole person would be twisted and torn out of human shape. Even if it was a steel body made of steel, it would be impossible to compete with this powerful force. But Hulk relied on his strong body to resist the power of the Rasengan. At the moment when Hulk smashed the Rasengan, Rog decisively used the body flicker technique to open up the distance between himself and Hulk while avoiding being shrouded by the chakra storm. Although Hulk bore the full power of the Rasengan, it didn't cause too much damage to him. It just made his right arm feel a pain that he had never experienced before. Rog was not surprised by this result. If Hulk had been defeated so easily, General Ross would have captured Hulk long ago. Looking at Hulk's 3 to 4 meter tall giant body, Rog's mind suddenly came up with a crazy idea. To defeat Hulk, Rasengan alone is definitely not enough. But if what hit Hulk was not a Rasengan, but an Odama Rasengan, then the result would be very different. After mastering Rasengan, Rog had the intention to learn Odama Rasengan by himself, and he studied it silently for a while. This is the reason why he was able to use Odama Rasengan before. However, he didn't completely master Odama Rasengan, and whether he could use it smoothly depended on his luck at the time. After thinking about it for a second or two, he decisively made a decision. He wanted to complete the study of Odama Rasengan here. Using the sense of oppression brought by Hulk's attack at any time, he forced himself to exert more potential. Although this decision seemed rash, he decided to be rash for once. In the next few hours, in the center of Death Valley, the sound of missiles exploding rang out one after another. Rog couldn't remember how many Rasengan he had smashed on Hulk. The only thing he could be sure of now was that the amount of chakra in his body was less than 1/10. Under the pressure of being hit by Hulk at any time, he burst out with even greater potential as he wished. It only took a few hours for him to complete the study of Odama Rasengan and thoroughly master this enhanced version of Rasengan. Although Rog was now only a few meters away from Hulk, Hulk had no intention of attacking him at all. To be precise, he had no physical strength to launch an attack. At this time, Hulk was lying on the ground powerlessly, and he was thinking about 3 very philosophical questions with a low IQ. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He was attacked by Rogue's Otama Rasengan over and over again. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't hit, and he wanted to escape, but he couldn't get rid of it. For Hulk, the past few hours were the only miserable time in his current life. Hulk's consciousness began to calm down gradually, and Banner's consciousness began to take over. In the next minute or so, Rogue witnessed the process of Hulk changing from a green giant back to an ordinary person. When Hulk changed back to Banner, he subconsciously glanced at Banner's pants. The quality of these pants is really good. Banner, who had just regained consciousness, hadn't figured out what had happened. Rogue came behind him like a ghost, and then hit him in the neck with a karate chop. Banner lost consciousness again, and his whole body fell forward uncontrollably. After knocking out Banner, Rogue grabbed Banner's shoulder, and then the flying thunder god left Death Valley. When they left, Death Valley regained its calm. Rogue did not take Banner back to Culver University, but took the unconscious Banner directly back to his office. After returning to the office, he first called Natasha, and then took off the 3-Tomo mask, Black Magic Cloud Robe, Kusanagi Sword and Thunder Fan. It didn't take long for Natasha to come to the office with a team of heavily armed SHIELD Special Forces. Natasha was not surprised that Rogue was still at Culver University a few hours ago, and now he has returned to New York. Although SHIELD doesn't know how many extraordinary abilities Rogue has mastered, they are still relatively clear about the ones that Rogue often uses. Instant movement, fire breathing, creation of clones that are exactly the same as the original body and have the ability to attack. These are the 4 abilities that SHIELD currently knows about Rogue. According to the Commission, you can take him away now. Natasha didn't ask Rogue how he did it. She directly arranged for the Special Forces to take away the unconscious Banner, and at the same time, put handcuffs and ankles on Banner. Rogue wanted to remind them, but he finally gave up on this plan. SHIELD is very clear about Banner's abilities, otherwise they wouldn't have entrusted him. When Natasha and the others left the office, Rogue opened the attribute panel that only he could see. It's not much different from the last time he opened it, but there are 3 more ninjutsu, Summoning Jutsu, Chidori Blade and Otama Rasengan. The number of unconsumed ninja coins has also become 124. According to his previous plan, he had planned to save 300 or 500 ninja coins directly, and then exchange Manjikyu Sharingan, or Hashirama's would release ninjutsu from the system. However, after this commission, he decided to adjust his exchange plan. Manjikyu Sharingan and Hashirama's would release are indeed very strong, but for him now, these are not the most urgent existences. Chapter 71. While fighting with Hulk, Rogue couldn't help but sigh at how strong Hulk's body was, and at the same time, he felt that his body was too weak. Compared to ordinary people, although he has a strong body, he can be considered to have an inhuman body. But compared to those monsters with super physiques, he was as weak as a baby. If it wasn't for his speed, he wouldn't be able to fight with Hulk, who was a tank and a fighter. Even if he can't have a super physique like Hulk or Thor, he still needs to improve his physique to keep up with his speed and chakra. In the system's exchange page, there were many ways to improve his physique, but there weren't many that fit his fighting style and he could afford it. Sage Body. It inherited the vitality and energy of Hagoromo of the 6 paths. If he had enough ninja coins, Rogue wouldn't mind directly exchanging for the purest Sage Body. But right now he only has 124 ninja coins, so he can only exchange for the shrunken version of the Sage Body. The Senju Clan's Sage Body. The Senju Clan's Sage Body only costs 100 ninja coins. On the Senju Clan's Sage Body, there was another Sage Body that wasn't as shrunken, and that was Hashirama's Sage Body. Hashirama's Sage Body costs 500 ninja coins, which is the same price as his would release. However, even Hashirama's Sage Body isn't a complete Sage Body. On his Sage Body, there are 2 upgraded versions of the Azura Sage Body and the 6 Paths Sage Body. The Senju Clan's Sage Body, Hashirama's Sage Body, Azura's Sage Body and 6 Paths Sage Body. This is the complete upgrade route of the Senju Clan's Sage Body. Next to the upgrade route of the Senju Clan's Sage Body, there is also the upgrade route of the Uzumaki Clan's Sage Body. The only difference is that the first two parts of the Uzumaki clan's sage body were changed to the Uzumaki clan's sage body and Uzumaki Naruto's sage body. Just as Rogue was about to exchange for the Senju clan's sage body, he found an exchange icon next to the Senju clan's sage body. Immortal body transplant technique. Rogue was very sure that when he browsed through the Thousand Hands clan's immortal body, he definitely did not see this new icon. After clicking on the icon and looking at the specific introduction, he couldn't help but frown. This is a hidden item that will not appear in the host's current state under normal circumstances. Until the host is interested in the corresponding exchange target and has enough ninja coins, these hidden exchange items will appear. The immortal body transplantation technique was based on the principle of the cell transplantation technology invented by Orochimaru. It was a brand new transplantation method that had been upgraded and optimized. After the transplant is successful, you will obtain the target's complete physique and partial Kekkei Genkai ninjutsu. If the transplant fails, he will permanently lose half of his chakra capacity. And now, Rogue's immortal body transplant technique is related to Senju Hashirama immortal body transplant technique. The exchange price of this transplant technique is 100 ninja coins, the same price as the exchange price of the Senju clan's sage body. But unlike the 100% success rate of the Senju clan, Hashirama's method only had a 20% success rate. In other words, if the transplant is successful, it is equivalent to using 100 ninja coins to exchange for 500 ninja coins worth of Hashirama immortal body. If the transplant fails, he will waste 100 ninja coins for nothing. For this problem, Rogue made a decision without thinking. Without any hesitation, he directly spent 100 ninja coins to exchange for Hashirama's immortal body transplant technique. 100 ninja coins is a huge sum of money for him right now. But he still decisively made a choice and chose to gamble on the 20% success rate. If the transplant fails, he will treat it as if Hulk was beaten for nothing. As for permanently losing half of his chakra capacity, this is a trivial matter. When his unspent ninja coins returned to 24, a string of jutsu that he couldn't understand appeared on the back of his right hand. Before he could take a closer look, the jutsu written in black ink on the back of his right hand emitted a burst of dark green light. Why is it green again? Rogue just ridiculed in his heart, and the jutsu on the back of his right hand began to grow wildly. In just a blink of an eye, these jutsu with dark green light spread all over his body. At the same time, he found that the chakra in his body was wildly flowing uncontrollably. Are all the jutsu transplants so wild now? Just as such a thought appeared in his mind, he lost control of his body, and his whole person came to a strange green planet, as if his soul was out of his body. To be precise, he came to the outer space of a strange green planet. At this time, what appeared in front of him was a green planet completely covered by trees. He didn't know how big this green planet was, nor did he know what this green planet meant. The only thing he could be sure of was that this green planet was like a meteor that happened to fly by, and it attracted him in an extremely overbearing and irresistible way. The scene changed, and he instantly came to a lush forest that was unreasonable. The trees in the forest suddenly came to life, and the large and small branches stretched towards him like the tentacles of a deep-sea octopus. In just a blink of an eye, he was firmly bound by these branches, and then he completely lost consciousness. Rogue felt that he had a very, very long dream. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was still sitting on the chair in the office. There was no dark green jutsu on the back of his right hand, and there was nothing strange around him, as if everything just now was really just a dream. He immediately opened the system's attribute page, and then he was stunned. Host, Rogue profession, ninja talent. Muji casting, 7 attribute chakra Kekkei Genkai. 3 Tomo Sharingan Mokutam physique. Senju body, Senju Hashirama. Ninjutsu, substitution body flicker, fixed shadow clone flying Thor chakra perception, summoning, Rasengan Otama Rasengan Mokutan. Wood dragon technique, wood human technique lightning release. Chidori sharp spear Chidori flow, Chidori blade fire release. Grand fire annihilation water release. Water iron cannon genjutsu, dark. Walk physical arts. Monstrous strength chakra amount. 99 cal psychic item. Punisher Frank Edo Tensei, unspent ninja coins. 24 Looking at the newly added Senju body, Mokutan, wood dragon technique, wood human technique, and monstrous strength on the attribute page, Rog began to wonder if he had been targeted by the goddess of luck recently. Chapter 72. Rog was very satisfied with the results of the immortal body transplant this time. Even if the system made adjustments to the Kekkei Genkai, would release, and those ninjutsu, it won't have much impact on his good mood at this time. As long as the sage body is in his hand, everything else is easy. After calming down a little, he began to carefully browse the system's introduction to those ninjutsu, and would release Kekkei Genkai. Kekkei Genkai, would release. The would release ninjutsu developed by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. It is a mixture of two chakra properties. The ultimate source of power comes from the chakra tree. Would release can use chakra as the source of life to accelerate or control the growth of plants, thereby attacking, defending, and controlling. The introduction of would release is similar to Rog's impression, and there are no particularly obvious changes. As for wood human jutsu and wood dragon jutsu, they are similar to what he remembered. The only difference is that wood dragon jutsu absorbs the opponent's chakra ability to absorb the opponent's physical strength and energy. Rog is already used to this adjustment of wood dragon jutsu. After all, before wood dragon jutsu, there are two examples of chakra perception and Sharingan. After reading the introduction of wood human jutsu and wood dragon jutsu, he turned his attention to taijutsu monster strength. Taijutsu monster strength, through precise control of chakra, concentrates chakra on a certain part of the body or the whole body, and then explodes in an instant, causing strong physical damage. Whether from the introduction or the final result, taijutsu monster strength is very similar to the way he used chakra to strengthen a certain part of the body or the strength of the whole body. Rog even suspected that he may have mastered taijutsu monster strength long ago. But the system has not added this taijutsu to the property panel. Of course, it is more likely that the way he used it before was too rough, so rough that the system was not willing to admit it. In order to confirm this, he compared his own way with the way the system gave him, and then came to a conclusion that hurt his self-esteem. The system has been unwilling to admit that the way he used chakra before was indeed, because the way he used it was too rough. Compared with the way the system recognized, the way he used chakra before can only be regarded as just touching the threshold. The reason why he can smoothly use this rough way to temporarily improve his strength is purely because his chakra amount is not bad. To give a simple example, if he uses his own method to enhance, it will consume 1 calorie of chakra, but if he uses the method recognized by the system, then he only needs to consume 0.1 calorie of chakra to achieve the same level of enhancement. Therefore, having more chakra is still very beneficial. If he can't use of chakra, then he can make up. Although it is shameful, but sometimes it is very useful. After reading the introduction of Strange Strength, Rog opened the introduction of Immortal Body. Body, Sing Hashirama. The special physique that inherited the vitality and body energy of the Six Paths Sage, and transplanted to Sung Hashirama, is a physique that can be continuously strengthened through hard practice. The system's explanation for the body of the sage was only 1 sentence, and it did not contain much information. However, even if the system did not give any explanation, Rog is not unfamiliar with the body of the sage. Unlike the eyes of the sage such as the Sharingan and the Rinnegan, the body of the sage is not the kind of existence that can be obtained immediately after possessing it. The body of the sage gives the possessor the potential to become stronger continuously, but not immediate strength. So when he saw that his chakra amount was still at 99 calories, he was not surprised. Even Azura, the second generation of immortals who were born with the body of an immortal, had to go through a long period of hard cultivation before he could obtain the same strength as his brother, Indra. In the early stage, the body of the sage is far inferior to the eyes of the sage. But in the later stage, the body of the sage can not only exert the power of the eyes of the sage, but it can even surpass the eyes of the sage. Although the body of the sage transplanted from Hashirama did not immediately increase Rog's chakra amount, Nor did it make his body full of vitality like Hashirama. He is still full of confidence in the body of the sage. Isn't it just hard practice? It's not a big deal. What he is afraid of is not that he needs to practice hard to obtain power, but that he is limited by his talent. The feeling of being trapped by talent, no matter how much effort you put in, you still can't make any progress, is the most despairing. The existence of the body of the sage can help him break through the limits of his talent, allowing him to smoothly break through to the level that originally did not belong to him. What he wants is a future with greater possibilities, not a few ninjutsu and chakra in front of him. After closing the property panel, he left the office with the Flying Thunder God, ready to personally experience his newly acquired Mokuton ninjutsu and taijutsu. In the following week, Rog spent most of his time in the forest outside the suburbs of New York, except for commuting to his home and the office every day. He went to the office to see if there was a suitable commission to accept. He went to the forest outside the suburbs of New York to familiarize himself with the newly acquired Wood Dragon Jutsu and Woodman Jutsu. Although the two Mokuton ninjutsu, Wood Dragon and Woodman Jutsu, were obtained by transplanting Hashirama's body, the effect he displayed was completely different from that of Hashirama himself. The appearance of the Wood Dragon and Woodman is no different, but the size is much smaller, and the power has a fundamental difference. The first generation Wood release was used to conquer the world, and the Yamato Wood release was used to make the world green. Rog felt that his Mokuton ninjutsu seemed to have signs of making the world green. The progress of Mokuton ninjutsu was not very optimistic, but after a continuous week of hard practice, his chakra amount finally changed again. Chakra amount: 102 calories. Under the circumstances of hard practice every day, his chakra amount increased by 3 calories in a week. 3 calories a week, 12 calories a month, 156 calories a year. This kind of improvement is exciting to think about. Just as he was fantasizing about the beautiful scene of the future, Dr. Ross, who he had met once, suddenly came to the office. "I want to make a commission. This is the commission reward." After entering Rog's office, Dr. Ross directly put a suitcase on the desk and said with a serious face, "Let's talk about the commission first." Looking at Dr. Ross, Rog answered casually. He was not surprised that Dr. Ross could find him here. When they met last time, although he did not report his identity, he did not disguise himself, so it was normal that Dr. Ross could find him here. Chapter 73. I know that Banner is now being held in S.H.I.E.L.D., and I know that you are the one who handed Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D. But I still hope you can rescue Banner. He is a good person. He just suffered an experimental accident. He shouldn't be a test subject of some privileged institutions. Obviously, Dr. Ross had done a detailed investigation before coming here. As for who her source of information was, Rog didn't have to guess. There was no one else who would tell this news to Dr. Ross except for General Ross, who has been responsible for arresting Banner. Although the relationship between Dr. Ross and General Ross is not very good, they are still father and daughter. Since you know that Banner was handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. by me, you should understand that dealing with the previous employer is a very bad thing for people in my line of work. Although it is not the first time he has dealt with his previous employer, he still has to have the proper attitude. And I don't think your reward can impress me. The suitcase that Dr. Ross brought could only hold a little more than $1 million at most. For other private detectives, this was definitely a generous reward. But for Rog, this reward is not only not generous, but it also seriously destroys his current market. His previous employer, S.H.I.E.L.D., directly paid him $100 million, and it was the kind that paid him in full in advance. That's all I can take out now. If you need more, I can only pay you in installments in the future. Although Dr. Ross' income is not bad, it does not mean that she can take out a huge sum of money in the millions at any time. No, you misunderstood me. I'm not short of money now. What I want is... Before Rog could finish speaking, Dr. Ross, who was sitting in front of him, suddenly hugged herself with both hands and shook her head excitedly. "No, I can't do this. How can you make such a condition?" "What condition did I make?" I haven't even finished speaking yet. Looking at Dr. Ross' fierce refusal at this time, Rog suddenly thought of something. Does she think? His expression instantly became extremely unsightly. I'm a good young man who doesn't even have a girlfriend. How can I make such a misunderstanding? What went wrong in the middle? After thinking about it for a while, he remembered a job that paid quite well, but he never accepted it. It was a commission from the rich woman who had become famous because of the death of several husbands. When he thought of this, his expression became even more unsightly. After realizing that his reputation had started to develop in a bad direction, he decided to strictly limit the types of commissions he would accept in the future. Put an end to those inexplicable requests appearing again. Write down the details of the commission and the remuneration in US dollars that you can afford. After that, Roger took out the last scroll that he had yet to use and solemnly placed it in front of Dr. Ross. Looking at Rog's serious face, Dr. Ross also realized that his actions just now were inappropriate. Dr. Ross didn't say anything. He picked up the pen and started writing on the scroll. The commission reward was 5 million USD. Rog pointed to the suitcase next to him and asked with some confusion. Didn't you just say that you could only take out so much money? What's written here is different from what you said. I can only take out so much now, but as long as you can save Banner, I will definitely give you 5 million USD, Dr. Ross said firmly, and then silently added. Banner has enough money to pay. It's reasonable to use Banner's money to save Banner. It's also reasonable for Rog, who entrusted Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D., to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. to save Banner. Reasonable, my ass. This isn't something a normal person would do, alright? But fortunately, Rog is not a normal person, and Banner is not a normal person, so it's normal for them to do something abnormal. After putting away the commission scroll, Rog glanced at the commission page of the system. The commission page was blank, and no new commission appeared. Sigh, another ninja coin was wasted. Just when Rog was about to refuse Dr. Ross, a commission that was not the same as the client's request appeared on the commission page. Dr. Ross's commission was to save Banner from S.H.I.E.L.D., but the commission given by the system was to stop Hulk from destroying New York and send Hulk to Canada. This is the first time that Rog has seen the system give a different commission content. And with his understanding of the system, since the name used by the system is Hulk, it means that the commission will be judged to be completed only if he sends Hulk to Canada. It's not difficult to understand that Hulk needs to stop him from destroying New York. After all, Hulk has such strength. But the request to send Hulk to Canada seems a bit abnormal. It's Hulk who is sent to Canada, not Banner, which means that he can't wait for Hulk to change back to Banner as he did before. In addition, he is also curious about what Canada did wrong that the system would ask him to send Hulk there. To some extent, Hulk is equivalent to a human-shaped self-propelled nuclear bomb that can explode continuously. Sending such a guy to Canada, you can imagine what will happen in Canada. Moreover, this kind of commission is not the same as the client's request. And how to judge the reward in the end is also a new problem. Although Rog's mind is full of doubts, it is clear that the system has no intention of explaining. I will take your mission, but there is a small problem, that is, you may need to be in Canada to see Banner. Since the system has given him a mission, and the commission reward given is not low, Rog will naturally not refuse the commission. Not to mention just sending Hulk to Canada. Even if he sends Abomination, as long as the system can give him the corresponding commission and reward, he will do it. Okay. Although this result is different from what she imagined, in any case, Banner was rescued from S.H.I.E.L.D., so Dr. Ross finally agreed. But what she didn't think of was that although S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to be a special agency in the United States, in fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. has corresponding bases in most of the world. Canada is obviously one of them. You can now tell me where you know how Banner is being held. Dr. Ross may not know where Banner is being held by S.H.I.E.L.D., but his father, General Ross, will definitely know. He is in New York now in the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in Queens. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.